everybody. Oh, I forgot to switch it. Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah. All right. So, welcome in everybody. Today we are picking up with episode 35. 35 of Lost Minds and the Mad Mage. I'll let them tell you what has been going on and what the problems they are facing at the moment are. But I just want to remind people, I do have another D&D stream tomorrow with the Wildmount group, where they have just recently saved the dwarven stronghold of Grimgalier against an undead army. Now, this is definitely a good thing, but there might be also consequences for, good. So, there's that, and then on Monday we have, I believe we're still doing our 4-player Baldur's Gate 3 game with Zequas, John, and Julian, which all three of them are actually in my Sunday Wildmount game. So, hopefully we'll see you there, and look forward to that. And without further ado, we are going to be switching over to the game. Hope you all enjoy. Hey, Squatchy. All right, so welcome to the game, everybody. Would you guys like to, somebody like to tell us where we are, what's going on, problems you're currently facing, and solved?
You betcha. We've had quite the time as of recent. We went to. We finished our fight with the were things variety. They all be the dead, so then we need a different proof to prove that our boys is innocent. So we brought some guards with us because we did find a trail that led out to the forest that they were probably using to get in and out of the city undetected. We brought them there. Idiot guard almost killed us all, setting off a booby trap. Luckily, we saved them. We ventured back into town with our witnesses who saw our summoning circle, not the summoning circles, the transmutation circles.
Hey, for sure, Squatchy.
And things, so that they can agree that everything's good. The tower's gone, and Val's been bitten by a werewolf.
Yep, he sure has. So I believe at the end of the session, you guys had, at least two of you had gone in and spoken to Lady Silverhand. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, Val and Zynn went.
Right, and they were taking, excuse me, they sent some dude acting like he's Morty off with the vials of blood, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, and they were headed to the House of Healing, to the Alchemist Guild that is housed there.
Yep.
All right, so I believe we ended about 5 o'clock in the morning. You guys had all gotten back to the yawning portal and you had exhaustion had started to take over, and you all just conked out, correct?
I was going to ask Val one thing before we go to sleep, because I don't know. Does he have shield or haste prepared?
Let me look.
Before we go to sleep.
I can do one shield or a silvery barbs if you like.
Well, I would do shield, and I would say if you have any higher level spell slots, if we could fill that with shield as well, and that before we go to bed.
Fair. I have plenty of level 2, so we can get you one level 1 shield and 3 level 2 shields.
So
No, hang on. I already logged my long rest. I'm sorry, dude. I did not. I just looked at all my spell slots and they're full, and I know I was tapping empty last time.
Yeah, so even if you weren't, even though you would be casting shield at level 2, it would still work as like level 1 in since it is no upcast.
Functionally.
Yeah,
I'm with
so yeah. So if you did have those spell slots before you went to bed, you definitely would have been able to get, all 4 levels worth of shield in there.
I'm with you, but I was pretty much out of everything at that point.
Okay. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's fine. We'll deal with it another time. I was just hoping to kind of capitalize on any extra spell slots. So
If you want to do it now, I'll take the shot. We'll just take a chance and move forward.
I'm not doing that till end of day just in case. Your spells
Alright.
are valuable. Think of your extra spells to load into my ring to say to you. That's
Got
kind
it.
of
I'll plan accordingly.
cool.
So, you guys have conked out. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning. Let's see. Zynn, you could probably wake up around 11 if you want. If there's anything you want to do before anybody else, wakes up for the day.
I don't have anything specific this time, so I will I'll wake up and just hang out till everybody else is around. Of course, maybe I'll play with Yukina a little bit.
Sure. Want to take her out to the park, throw a ball?
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. Hopefully, Yukina doesn't take offense to that.
No, Yukina's she's
Sweet.
with it. You throw the ball the first time, and she kind of looks at you, and goes, "Fuck!" And she just goes chasing after the ball. You can tell she was trying to hold her composure, but no. The dragonkin part of her is a little indignant, but at the same time, the friendly, like, childish side's like, I'm gonna chase that fucking ball.
Love it, absolutely love it.
So yeah, you play with her, get a little exercise in for you both, as you kind of like, there's not many like parks in the city, but it's somewhat early, so you can easily find like an empty long alleyway for her to like run back and forth up. But about 5. Yeah, okay. So about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the rest of you wake up. It does take an hour for both the wizard and the druid to prep their spells. You guys may do that if you wish to switch out any spells. While they're doing that, Ren, you also awake about the same time. So something plays over in your mind, though, about Valeran getting bit by a lycanthrope the previous night. And you kind of have a small flashback, and the bite you suffered, there is a slight scar there, and it kind of begins to itch. Something's eating at you about this.
You're a wizard, Harry.
And a thumping good one.
Oh, Jesus.
Can I just like think back to like what I was taught by my little barbarian? I can't remember their name.
The Tribe of the Worm, I believe.
Yeah, those guys, the Tribe of the Worm, and like what I would have learned about the bite I got.
Yes. So, I meant to actually send you guys the video on YouTube, but I forgot about that. I can send it after the game though. But what you do remember is that they had mentioned, how to possibly get rid of it. However, for you, it had been far too late. So instead, they taught you to roll it. Now, the way to get rid of it is rather difficult. First, you have there's a ritual that needs to be done. It's the last step, but use this to determine how long you have. Ren, did you move the calendar forward, by the way, at the long rest?
I think I did I think we did it before the long rest, yeah, because it was already the next day, kind of, by the time we got there.
Okay. So, you think about the date, and you work out when the next full moon is. When is it?
It is. Oh,
How many days away?
I think it's 20, but let me double check here. We're in Flame Rule. Yeah, it's 20 nights before the night I would turn, because it's 3 nights long.
So you're
So,
aware that
20
this
nights.
ritual. Sorry. You're aware that this ritual, it needs to be done on the night of the full moon. However, seeing as Faerun, it lasts for 3 nights. That means this ritual is going to take 72 hours.
Oh, foo.
So, the issue being that first, one of the ingredients you need is the blood of the primogenitor. One of those words. You are aware that this particular, what a primogenitor is not the one who bit you, but the head of the line. For instance, although you were bit by a primogenitor, for you, yours would be Bardolph. And you start to realize that these creatures sounds like they work for Bardolph. But you'll have to find out whether the primogenitor is actually Val's primogenitor as well. Secondly, the other part of the ritual is that you must... Val would have to spend time in prayer.
That's not going to happen.
And meditation to some it doesn't have to be to the deity. It has to be to families of anybody that you may have hurt, and that's not just as a werewolf, that is of others that you've just hurt in your life.
This is sounding uncomfortably like a 12-step program.
It is, except there's only 3 steps.
Oh, cool.
You get the primogenitor blood, time in reflective, reflective manner, and try to make up for the sins of your past. And the 3rd step is the ritual. You remember hearing that the ritual is extremely deadly. It has about a 25% chance or lesser to work. Most times, the person does die. These are the things that you remember.
Is there any chance I remember them saying, like, if there was any sort of, like, common factor in the people that lived? Like, is it a will to live? Or is it just random? They're, like, naturally stronger.
The ritual is extremely painful and bloody. It is partially a contest of will, strength of body. So it's going to rely a lot on, your wisdom, constitution, maybe even strength. And you've known Val for long enough that he does have a pretty strong will. His strength, on the other hand, may be lacking. So he's got bodily strength is not great, but his strength of will, you've probably not come across many that have a stronger will than he.
Okay. I would like to just like order breakfast up to our rooms so that when they are done prepping their spells, breakfast is there so that we can discuss what I know, but not downstairs where there's other people.
Yes, for sure. So you kind of go downstairs, and Durnan's at the bar. Ah, Miss Renavok, nice to see you.
It's good to be back here.
I trust there's not going to be any more trouble today. And he kind of like, he barely looks up, but when he says that, he does kind of like, give you a side-eye glance as he's wiping a mug.
I hope not, but we didn't bring it here the first time. He came. So, really hoping that I'm with you. Yep.
Says, it is waterdeep. You don't look for trouble, it's sure to find you anyway.
Mm-hmm. My, friends are still, sleeping off, prepping from yesterday, so, so some food, and I'll take it. I think.
Very well. I did see Zynn and his strange pet leave earlier. They've been gone maybe an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, he doesn't sleep much.
Yeah, as this conversation's happening, Zynn, you kind of walk back in with Yukina in tow.
I'll like, hey, and I wave over at Ren.
Morning, day.
Good day to you as well. Have you rested?
Mm-hmm. Feeling good as new.
Perfect. Well, is everyone coming down for breakfast?
I just like look at you. I'm like, we're gonna take it up.
Ah, that sounds like a good idea.
I'm just like staring at you, being like, okay, we're taking it upstairs. Like, you got it? Just like trying to communicate with my eyes, not my specialty.
Sure, Zynn, you can do me a insight, see if you understand what she's talking about.
Sorry, not advantage. Oh.
Yeah,
no clue.
You're aware she said she's gonna take the breakfast up to the rooms. You're unsure of why. You just know she's making some weird faces.
That sounds accurate.
Well, Zen's just gonna ignore the odd faces she's making because he doesn't want to make fun of her. And it's like, sure, whatever you want.
I assume you've got it. I'm like, perfect. And then, when they're ready, I'll bring them upstairs.
Yeah, Durnan goes into the back and actually, I guess
it's lunch.
Yeah, I guess the back is not kitchen. The kitchen is right here for some reason. He walks over and he pulls out a couple look like ham sandwiches and soups. So there's 4 soups, 4 ham sandwiches, and 4 ales. Brings them back over and sets them down. Ah, here you go.
Thanks. And I just take them and turn to go upstairs.
All right. And Zynn, I'm guessing you're gonna help her with these hot soups and sandwiches and ales.
Yeah, I'll give her a hand.
Excellent. You guys head upstairs and you find all the room doors are shut, obviously, but Valeran and Ray, do you guys have your spells prepped for the day?
Good to go.
Excellent. Valeran, as you finish prepping your spells, the spot where you got bit, although it is suddenly healed, there is a small scar there, and it's itchy.
I'll scratch it.
No matter how hard you scratch, the itch doesn't seem to go away. And you've never felt like this before. You do have, you know, thematically, your eyesight seems to be sharper. You can smell things a little bit more clear. Something is off, and you're not sure whether it's a good or a bad thing, because your senses seem to be a little heightened. However, given the fact that this particular spot is rather itchy, it might make you a little bit worried. But you can hear footsteps coming upstairs, and it sounds like Ren and Zynn just kind of talking on the way up. Ray, you can hear this as well.
Okay.
Go
Um,
ahead.
I'm giving it a good knock on the door once I get up there to Val's room.
All right. So, Val, you hear a knock at the door, but as you turn around towards the door, you notice something. Upon the stand next to your bed, there is a book. It is not yours. You were tired when you got in last night, so if it was there, you had just kind of flopped on the bed and passed out. You didn't really think about it. But now you've noticed it. And...
Does it have,
Sorry, go ahead.
does it have a title on the cover?
Yes, it does. The title is... So, you were bitten by a lycanthrope. By Volo.
Well, that's going to be useful then.
I believe that Lady Silverhand had told you there would be a book there.
She did. I'll grab it quickly and put it into my bag of holding and then go to and answer the knock at the door.
Sure. You open the door, and there stands Ren and Zynn. Ren and Zynn. Each holding a mug, and on top of the mug is a bowl, and on top of the bowl is a plate. Each one of them basically have a mug of ale, a bowl of soup, and a sandwich.
Can I smell what kind of sandwich?
Yes, and this has the scent of pressed ham. You even smell some cheese.
I'll invite them both in. Please come in. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ray, from your room, you can hear the knock, the greeting. What do you want to do?
I can smell the food, so I like drag myself out of the bedroom and like sleepily walk over to the room, and then I'll just like grab a sandwich and then like sit on the floor.
Sure. Without a word, Ray just kind of all of a sudden appears in the room, saunters in very quietly, gets a sandwich, and sits down. As you guys suddenly notice her, and she's already sitting down with a sandwich, in the plate in her lap.
I'll set my stuff down, give her a little pat on the head, and also move to sit so that I can see everybody.
Okay. So the door does seem to be just slightly ajar. Ray did not close it all the way on her way in. But you all may continue.
I'll nod at the door and Zynn, who I'm assuming is still standing. Can you get that? Just more facial expressions.
Oh, Zen will be kind of beside. Oh, yes, yeah, of course. And he goes to, like, push door closed because he still doesn't really understand what this is about.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ren just like clears her throat a few times because she doesn't. She's like, okay, so, so, Val, you got a bit.
Yeah, it was uncomfortable, but it's better now.
Yeah. About that. It's just not. This doesn't work. Like that.
So for clarity's sake, Savage, I'm assuming at this point Val does not know the progression of lycanthropy or what's facing him.
Yeah, I think we had discussed, like, cause like after the game, I believe we had discussed, what Ren kind of known, but EC wise, I don't think that discussion has actually happened as of yet. I believe we went through, like you had, during the game, you had asked about it, and I think that because of being in the magic tower, and stuff, you did have a little knowledge. However, you did not have a lot. So you're aware that the curse can be broken, but how it can be is something you were not sure of. In fact, the fact that they were made, these particular ones were made with not
Magic versus...
transmutation magic. That's something you had not heard of until then.
Gotcha. Cool. That said, I will ask Ren. So, given our time traveling together, I have reason to believe you know significantly more about this than I do. What should I know?
Okay. So, and then I'll explain that a bite means you're gonna turn. And I keep track of these things, so it's 20 days away. And I only know one way to remove this curse, or if you ask the crazy people, remove you from the family. But it's not a great way, and I know people don't live more often than not.
So the natural question that arises is, if they don't live and their companions, say, revivify them, do they come back with the curse intact, or is it restored, or is it still a percentage chance, or do you know?
I don't do magic, so don't know.
Do you know anybody who might know?
Actually, I know people we could maybe talk to at the temple.
Are they open-minded people, or am I going to have a silver sword in my neck?
Remember when I went away during the moon?
Yeah.
Those people.
So they're good people then? Friendly?
The top ones that I know, yes. some of the ones that seemed angry, but we won't talk to them.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. We could broker the meeting. That would be ideal. I mean, if they're, I don't know if I just walk in if I need an appointment.
I think it's up to how okay you feel with things. You want it known or not known to them, up to you.
So has Zynn related that he shared the knowledge with Lady Silverhand that I'm now a little long in the tooth?
Yeah, I would have told them that as we walked back in the middle of the night, probably, because there would have just been like the other two guards there, so it would have been pretty
Sure.
safe to tell them then.
So then I will say to Ren, yeah, that cat's kind of already out of the bag.
Only to some people.
We're
We can
quickly
keep
connected.
the circle small,
Yeah,
or we can keep the circle slightly bigger.
slightly bigger has a distinct upside here as long as they have good knowledge about this.
Okay. Priestess Julania, might know something.
As you guys have your conversation, you finish your soup and your ale and your ham and cheese sandwich. But yeah. So what is it that you guys wish to do today? Heading off to the temple with or you guys got other things you want to do? What's up?
Bro, we got 20 days. We're cool.
Ooh.
I think you need to learn the definition of cool.
It's fine.
Is this an it's fine when the room is burning around you?
If you've got marshmallows.
Yeah, perhaps today we could spend the day trying to find more information. Maybe talk to the priestess.
Julania?
Yeah, maybe just to get full clarity and see, and then we can start working on deciding what Val would like to do.
Sounds like a plan.
20 days may be a lot, but it's not a lot. We all know that.
Especially if you
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
travel and find the primogenitor and
That's
whatnot.
right. For all we know, they could be on the other end of the Sword Coast, and we have to go 3 days there, 3 days back. 6 days are gone.
We also know who we think the primogenitor is.
So we need to send a blood sample to 23andD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a 23 and me it up.
Actually, Ancestry.com. God.
Oh, you're right, actually. It might just be publicly documented.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Worth a shot.
There you go. Let's chow down then.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe after food, temple. I also like it there.
Who was the other one that was there as well? It was Juliana, and was it the goblin or was it the bugbear? Because two of them were at that temple.
I think it was the goblin.
It's Julania and
Yuz or Mies?
sorry, my notes are like not great for looking back at things unless is a bit of scrolling. I'm pretty sure it's Yaz.
Okay. So by the time you guys, prepped your spells and, ate your lunch and had this conversation, I'm going to say it's probably getting close to about 3:30 in the afternoon. So is that your first stop, heading to the temple?
Works for me unless y'all need something else. I mean, I'm totally down if you do.
I mean, that's my priority, but I'm also. I can be dissuaded with food.
You literally just ate.
Doesn't matter.
She's a growing woman. Leave her alone.
I'm with that as our first stop, but I do player to DM. I have a question about learning new feats. I know the time and the overall money, but is that something you could chip away at if we have a day in town or 2 days in town type deal and keep track of?
I'm gonna say that that's something that kind of has to be done all at once.
Okay.
I mean, you know, like kind of like just like in real life, you know, like you start, you know, learning something, but you don't already, you know, you're not already good at it, and then you fucking stop, you come back like, you know, weeks or months later, you're not starting from where you were, you're pretty much starting over because, you know, you've forgotten a lot.
Yeah, I just figured I'd ask because it was something like arrow shooting. Like I shoot my arrow every day, so I'd like learn a little bit from a teacher, and then I'd still retain a lot of it. But it totally makes sense what you're saying.
Yeah.
And plus, it's hard to manage.
Or apply during the day.
Or what?
Oh, like do some during the
So,
day
like,
every day.
You learn it when you're down in town. Like, you know, he teaches a new way to shoot an arrow. And like you're out in combat, you're like, hey, you know what? Screw it. Let me try that new trick you showed me. And you slam an arrow into someone's big toe.
Disadvantage on all my attacks for the next 2 months
You
of
know.
sessions.
It
trying to learn how to do the technique. No, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's totally
like even when I paint minis, or sometimes I'm like, this doesn't look quite right. Like, how do I make this effect? And even though I used to do it, like I've got minis that, you know, I've used that effect on, I still got to go back and look up the fucking video. Like, how did I do that again? You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're not at ground zero. You're just at ground like half. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, well,
Totally fine.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna say it's like it's to learn new proficiency, skill, feat, whatever. It's one of those things that's got to be done like all at once, kind of thing. But with that, I guess you guys are heading to the temple. So let's see if I remember. I think it's $5. Where's that?
Yep.
What is the name of that place again? $5.
I'm pinging it.
I see it. I'm looking for like the name of it in the other thing here.
The Shrines of Nature.
Shrines of Nature. There we go. And let me just I got to do a quick memory thing here on exactly what ones.
It's the two. You want the gods of the shrines?
Yeah, there was a few, right?
It's Sylvanas and Myliki. So Yuz is the priestess for Myliki,
Myliki, I think.
Myliki, and Julania is the priestess for Sylvanas.
Right. Because Sylvanas is basically the creator of werewolves, or creator of lycanthropy.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I have a bruise. Where'd that come from? Anyways. Yeah. So you guys head off in that direction. Let's see. From down there, that is... Wow, that's a long way. So it's going to take you probably about an hour to get up there. All the way up here. But as you get there, you can see the statues out front, which I've described before, and people trying to kind of put their head under the head of the statue, or under the hand of the statue, and kind of receiving a blessing as they begin to pray. People are walking in and out, and you guys can notice that a lot of these are definitely different. Player word would be classes. You can definitely see lots of bows and people dressed in leathers. There's not a whole lot of metal around. As you walk in and you look around, who is wanting to do the? I believe Val, you've actually met them before, have you not? Albeit in passing.
Yeah, just in passing.
Okay.
I think in the end, as I recall.
So, and I take it everybody's going, yes?
Yep.
All right, perfect. So, oh, by the way, I did put the link to the video that I was talking about. It is in D&D help and links in the Discord there, so you guys can watch that at your leisure. I will warn you, it is a 31-minute video, but it's extremely detailed.
And that's on the lycanthropy?
Yeah, it's
Cool.
Yeah, in the D&D help and links section in Discord, you'll see it there. It's what they don't tell you about lycanthropy. Mr. Rex is one of my favorite YouTubers for this kind of stuff. It's where I get a lot of my information that are not really plastered all over, the source books. It also takes knowledge from like the actual like book series and such. So, and there's a lot of stuff in his stuff that just you don't really hear about in source books and so on, or even maybe put together from the books. He kind of compiles it all. It's very interesting, his stuff, but that's the one about lycanthropy.
Cool.
So I'll attribute it to the reading of the book.
Yeah. We'll definitely go with that. You do find as you enter that it seems rather busy today. As word has spread about what has happened with the orcs. And although most people are, just think it was a weapon, word spreads that, it's a great evil, or, there's maybe even some word about, the fact that it had happened during or due to a follower of these particular gods, as they were in fact claw marks. To the point where you actually notice a few people who don't really seem to belong. As you start to watch these people, they're kind of not talking to anybody, and I would like you all can give me a perception. While I make a coffee roll.
What? I was distracted thinking about the book, waiting for him back in his bag.
Okay, sorry about that. Just had to make my coffee real quick. Yes, so Ren and Ray. The two of you have been here a little longer than the others. So you guys are well aware of, the kind of people you normally see here. And as you guys are looking around, a few people are, talking to the clergy. Others are just praying or meditating. But there's a few that sit along some of the benches. And you notice them kind of trying to catch each other's eye.
Trying to catch each other's eye, like the guys on the bench?
Yeah, like the bench guys are kind of like looking at each other, and eventually you notice that as they start to catch each other's eye, you see one of them nod. Suddenly all of these people, about 8 of them in here, and there is about another 20 people who seem like they belong, but these 8 people stand up. And you see all 8 of these people begin to approach the clergy who are wearing the symbol, all wearing the same symbol. I would like you all to give me a religion. Ren and Ray, the two of you, have advantage on this. Ray, you're the only one who notices, but it seems that these people are approaching the clergy, Sylvanas.
Do they look aggressive?
You may give me an insight, and everybody else can give me a perception.
Not my start for rolls.
Valeran. You finally kind of, snap to and start looking around, and you notice Ray and Ren, like, watching certain people. And as you kind of hone in, you notice several of them start to pull out something from their sleeves or from their belt at the back, or even one who is doing a horrible job of keeping any kind of aggression secret, straight from his hip. Ren, you believe you don't notice the knives. However, the way they are approaching these clergy is like that of a predator. Being where you're from, you are very well aware that these, this is the same kind of approach that, your people would use as if they're about to pounce.
We got a battle map?
We do not, because this is complete improv. No battle map, but we'll just say there's 8 of them, and they start to approach with daggers brandished. And what would you guys like to do?
Are they in a 40-foot diameter circle?
We are inside a place, Val.
Can I entangle them without causing, like, if I use entangle to restrain them or something, can I get in trouble by the law?
Hey, Valeran, I'm sure you meaning fireball, correct? Don't start with that. That's
No
why you're
fireball.
asking?
Yo, I don't know how big the room is and how close they are.
I mean, yes, but there's also plenty of actual clergy that are within the area, as well as, civilians.
So that's a no-go.
Yeah.
I'd do that.
As for Ray, can you please post entangle for me real quick? Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground. Creation needs a creature. Okay, so you cannot designate. Yeah, you can't just allow people to pass that save. Which means that, being wise, you are aware that if you were to use this particular spell, it would definitely, catch some other people in that, and it will cause panic, and they will start to run, which, Mary Casa, no creature. Okay, this isn't the one that fucking does damage, though, right?
No, it just like holds, it just restrains them.
Okay. Well, you are aware that it will definitely cause panic, but
I have my solution whenever you're ready for it.
Yeah, I don't want to cause panic.
but it would stop people without, actually physically harming them. So,
Yeah, but panic got Z arrested, so.
How far away are
Hey.
we from some of these dudes?
I'm gonna say you guys are, not too far in. Like, you're kind of just a little bit in the entrance, but the place I believe I said was like 50 feet wide and like, probably 70 feet deep. Just like the main room. So you're probably within 50 feet of all of them, or less.
Like, how close is like a close one?
The closest
like,
one,
close enough that I could just
25
grab
feet.
him by the back of the shirt and just like, if he's small enough, just like grab him and hold him up.
Probably
Like
25 feet.
little kitten.
Also, Ray, the thing that got Zynn arrested, it wasn't the panic. It was more the using a spell on city guards. That was the biggest issue. I mean, he was already gonna at least get a talking to about it, you know, if he had surrendered. But yeah, using spells on city guards are not the best idea.
Fair
So
enough.
if it's possible, I'd like to sprint forward far enough to Misty Step between the clergy person and them, and then face the advancing mob and cast Memento Mori.
Let me see that spell, please.
Ooh!
Oh, holy shit! Each creature that can see you. So, you're gonna sprint forward. You're gonna use Misty Step, which means you're probably getting like, you know, in between the furthest one. You're basically at the head of the room, and then you're gonna use this, which means the entire room can see you. Fucking let's go! This is gonna be fun.
Let's go.
I love it.
So, and Zynn and Ray, what are the two of you going to do?
Well, I thought I didn't notice, right? Because my perception was really bad.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. So I'm, stupid.
Ray, you do know. What do you want to do?
Can I just try to... Okay, what is Val doing again?
Val is going to scare the fuck out of the entire room. That's what he's doing.
I'm trying to impose myself between the clergy and the mob. I was trying to scare the shit out of the mob, but I get the clergy just because they can see me. Collateral
Okay.
damage, but it doesn't hurt anybody.
Okay, I'll try to like go, like I can like run and dash or whatever to the clergy if they're close enough in an attempt to like push them out of the way.
Oh, okay. So, Zynn, you are clueless. However, you do notice all of your allies suddenly burst into motion. Ray, Ren, and Val all kind of charge in out of nowhere, just like take off, and you kind of like, you're looking around, even Yukina kind of looks at you like, the fuck? But
Damn.
you finally notice what is going on just as, 1 second. Sorry. Just as, oh, excuse me. Oh, goddamn. Breathless now. You notice just as suddenly Val blips to the other side of the place, gets between one of them, and all of a sudden, each you, okay. Oh, each creature you can see. Okay. I'm gonna say with
Negative.
his...
Each creature can see you.
Oh, right. So Val suddenly appears on the other side, and his visage change. You can see all of a sudden it looks like his flesh is rotted. Actually, you know what? Valeran, why don't you tell me what you look like? Well, let's do that.
Think of Lal's flesh, bloody, rotted, falling away from his face. Maggots crawling in and out. Worms digging their way through his eye sockets.
Holy shit. Okay.
Love it.
So, the room erupts in screams. Zynn, I'm going to give you a charisma save at advantage.
I use charisma so little that I was struggling to find it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are suddenly terrified by this, and you are stunned. You know what? Have Yukina give me one as well. The fuck! She screams in Draconic. What's happening to Val? But yeah, she's kind of like, you know, shitting her pants right now. Not physically, but you know what I mean. Same as you are. But Ren, you
Yep.
burst forward and you do manage to get a hold of one of them, and you kind of like, how are you picking this dude up?
Like a kitten, by the scruff.
By the scruff. You grab him by the back of his shirt, unless you're like actually trying to grab the skin of his neck.
Yeah, no, the back of his shirt.
Okay. You grab him by the and you kind of pick him up, and the clergyman next to you spins around as this person was coming at the back and notices this man brandishing a dagger up in the air, just like kicking and flailing his arms. No! They have to die! They're gonna have the werewolves attack us in the night! They're gonna wipe out the city! Which is obviously, you know, not something that is going to happen in the length of a night, even if they did have the want of doing such a thing. So this man is freaking out. The rest are screaming, and several of them are running out, including the clergy. However, Ray, you run forward and impose yourself between, or like push one clergyman out of the way, just in time to, let's see, what's your AC?
17.
As you push this clergyman out of the way, the dagger sweeps in and you block it with your staff, knocking the dagger from his hand.
I'm a fucking ninja.
Across the room, let's see. So you took out one, holding him up. You stopped stabbing of another. Fucking Valeran is scaring the fucking piss out of everybody. So let's see, that's 3. I said there was 8, so at least 5. Say two of them did not get frightened. They're not looking at you. They're on a different side of the room, facing the other way. So, on top of the shrieks coming from around the temple, you hear the sound of flesh being cut, as a blade slips into flesh, and you hear a couple shouts of pain instead of fear across the room. The other 5, the one that Ray knocked the dagger from his hand, backs up and looks around and tries to meld into the crowd that's running away. The one in Ren's hand is still flailing, and the one in front of Val begins to run away as well, as he drops his dagger, terrified of this new visage in front of him. However, the two that did make contact are going to continue to try and kill the clergyman. So we'll just do new turn. Zynn, you are aware now of what is going on.
But I'm stunned, right?
Until the
End of his next turn.
Yeah, which we'll say like that's all happening. So yeah, no, you suddenly realize what's going on. What do you want to do?
I'll burst run towards one of the ones that is attacking the clergyman.
Okay.
I don't know how far away he is from me, so do I have to dash to get there, or?
No, I'll say like, you know, this isn't really a turn order thing, so I'll just say wherever you want to get to, you can get to.
Okay, yeah. So I'll come right up to him and try to like, grab him and pull him push him to the ground. I'm not the strongest, but
Sure, one of the ones that was still stabbing. Yeah, sure. You rush forward, and as he's pulling back for another stab, you knock this guy from behind, and he flies a few feet before bouncing off one of the stone benches. And as he hits the ground, you can see that he has stopped moving, and blood is starting to leak his head.
Oh shit! I don't want him to die. Okay. Yeah, I assume that's my full turn.
So the other three of you, what do you guys wish to do now?
Could I like reach with my other hand and grab the dagger that this guy is wielding
Sure.
from him, and then just be like, "Don't be stupid," and then throw him. Get away.
Sure, this one lands on the ground, and he kind of bounces and skitters with your strength. You kind of toss him like, you know, he's a pile of clothes. He hits the ground, and like he kind of like backs up, realizing he has no weapon left, and he looks around, and he tries to meld into the crowd as well and leave. Anything else?
I guess I'll just like, if there's anyone else that's close to me that hasn't left, we're gonna start heading for them.
Yeah, there's still one dude who is repeatedly stabbing one of the clergymen.
Yeah, I'm gonna run over there.
All right, you head in that direction. Ray, what do you want to do?
I'm also going for the guy that's repeatedly stabbing someone.
Okay. So the two of you end up charging at this dude simultaneously from different angles. As you do, between the two of you, I'll let you two discuss how this is gonna go.
Can we just like, so we're coming from different sides of him?
Yup.
Like, say she's coming from the right, I'm the left. Can we just like look at each other and like give each other like a knowingly, like, I know your vibes kind of head nod, and then we both just put our arm out and like clothesline him? You know what I mean? Like off of this person.
Like Red Robin. Red Robin.
Yeah.
Oh, Red Rover, I mean. Red Rover.
Oh, okay.
Or
So
it's
like,
say she's coming from the left side and I'm the right. I'll put out my left arm and she puts out her right arm, and we like grab, like lock wrists, and then just use both of our arms' momentum and like get it on his chest and like fling him off.
oh damn. Okay. All right. Good.
Ah.
So you two charge in, and you grasp arms and just slam into this dude. And because of his angle, I'm going to say it's his back, not his chest. However, as he raises for another stab, he gets hit. And dude, like, even though, you know, he's kind of like bent over this person, when you hit him, he does like a full front flip and lands flat back or flat on his face. So, you know, he does a full flip, like flip and a half, basically. And bounces his face off the ground. You can see blood coming from his mouth and what looks to be pieces of teeth.
Can Ray just like look to Ren and like give her a high five, and then immediately look at this guy and like hiss at him? You know, like.
Yeah, he's not dead, but he's definitely unconscious. So you begin to hiss, and then you're like, oh, not awake. Okay. He's out cold. You like busted his jaw, most of his teeth. He is alive, but he does not react to your hissing.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If I can still do something, I pull out one of my healing potions?
Sure.
I would like to try to feed it to the clergy member.
Okay. So we will get to that. But Valeran, what are you doing? as your gnarly visage starts to turn back to your normal tiefling visage.
Because I'm feeling mean today, I will step into the person that's still standing there because it's not the end of my turn. I will pull his head back, exposing his throat, and I will do my best to bite his trachea out of his throat.
Holy fuck! Did
Oh,
not see
shit.
that coming.
Okay.
Something in you, suddenly you kind of feel this voice in the back of your head. Bite, 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 bite. And yeah, you pull his head back and you just like rip his throat out with your teeth. And you get a feeling of what's the word I'm looking for? Almost
Visceral satisfaction.
elation. And you kind of like throw your head back and like, it's almost like suddenly we're overcome with a bloodlust, and it seemed to have been sated in that moment. And as you kind of like, what are you doing with this chunk of flesh and trachea you've got in your mouth right now? Are you gonna chew it and swallow it? You gonna spit it out?
Fuck yeah. No, I
Holy
fucking need
shit.
that shit.
Okay, goddamn, this is fucking vile.
Oh
I
my
love
god, what the?
Wow. Ray and Ren. Ren, you're busy trying to feed this clergyman a potion. But Ray, you and Zynn both look up and look around to see if there's any more threats. And you guys catch Valeran ripping. You didn't see the original bite, but it just kind of, you see him like pull back with this chunk of flesh, and he begins to chew it and swallow it. And you can see a look of satisfaction upon his, blood dripping from his mouth and chin as the throat of this creature just pumps blood straight down his chest. And then Valeran releases the creature.
And pushes it to the ground with a laugh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. DM to player, are you doing this as, role play like lycanthropy starting to take over? Or are you doing this like, your inner monster of yourself coming out?
Ugh. How much do you want to know?
I mean, player to DM, I need to know all of it.
It's not roleplay. I got pissed at the guy because he's killing these people because he's being an ignorant fuck. It's like, oh, these people, I don't know anything about them, so I'm going to assume the worst, I'm going to kill them. All right, fuckstick. If you live, you can deal with the problem they've been dealing with. Fuck you, fuck your family, fuck everything.
Holy shit!
He pissed me
I
off.
love it.
So I'm just gonna tell you now, your alignment might change a little bit.
I can roll with that.
Yeah, no, I figured you could. I figured that was really what you were going for, anyways. But okay. Yeah. Ray and Zynn, you guys see this happen. What is your reaction? Right, Mama Snow? Like, holy shit!
Ray just has like a look of like confusion and like terror, and then she like kind of stumbles backwards a little bit.
Yeah,
Well, Zynn just saw him look creepy as fuck before this too, so he's probably a little taken aback too. He takes a couple steps back quickly, but then composes himself.
Yeah, as you kind of smile, Val, and you push what's left of this creature around, you turn and you notice your own friends and allies suddenly taking a couple steps back and looking at you in horror. Meanwhile, Ren, you, now that you've got a good look, you realize that this is Juliana, and she is starting to die. She's coughing up blood, and like every
Wait, I just bit Juliana.
No.
No.
No, that's who.
fuck.
No, that's
Scared the shit out of me.
no, that's who Ren is pulling a potion
Also,
out
her
for.
name is Julania.
Okay, thank you.
Juliana. Sorry.
Yes, and you
Yeah,
know the
come
worst part
on,
is I
God.
literally have it up on my other screen, her stat block. So, Julania, yes, you realize that's who it is, and you scramble in your bag for a potion, and as you pull it out, she's kind of coughing, and it sounds like she's trying to talk, but every time she does, you hear a gurgle, and it seems that probably one of the daggers punctured a lung. So instead of words, spittle of blood keeps pumping out. You reach in your bag and you pull out a potion. What potion you bringing out?
Greater healing.
Yeah. All right. You pull out the potion of greater healing, and her eyes slowly begin to close, but you pop the cork with your teeth and just like cradle her head and start to pour this potion down her throat.
Mhm.
And at first she fucking kind of chokes and sputters. A little bit of potion comes out mixed with the blood. But then before long, she does kind of like come to, but her eyes go wide and she begins coughing and choking, and she kind of rolls over and retches, and it looks like a lot of the blood had gotten into her stomach and lungs, and she's kind of coughing and retching it out of her system. However, her wounds do begin to close up. You can see the holes in her robes. Through the holes in the robes, you can see the wounds closing, although she's still covered in blood stains. And she sits up and says, "Thank you." Sorry, thank you. As she she then looks up and sees Ray and Zynn kind of stumble back a couple steps with a look of horror, and she looks over and sees Valeran with blood dripping down his chin and just finishing swallowing. And she looks at you, Ren, says, as she sniffs the air, what is that? I smell another one of us? As she's looking at you, Ren.
They just like nod. They're like, we'll talk later.
As she stands up, you do see that some people had gotten trampled in the people running out of the temple and such, and a few of the clergymen of Sylvanas who were not touched rushed to start helping people. Some of the ones of Meliki also begin to do what they can for those who have been injured in the horror show. Though, Valen, as you look around, you notice that it is not just your friends who are showing signs of fear of you, but many of them are, as they're trying to help the wounded, they're most of the people that are left are keeping an eye on you out of the corner of their eye.
What is it Machiavelli said? If they can't all love you, they might as well fear you.
I mean, I that might have been Machiavelli, not Meliki, but
It was Machiavelli, yeah.
yeah.
Paraphrasing, of course. Well, I'm going to make it even worse. I'm going to take some... Nah, I won't do that. That's too mean.
Come on, what are you doing, man?
I was going to take some blood from the guy that I just noshed on, because it's useful as a reagent for one of the spells.
Oh, is it now?
Oh, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
But it's only good for 24 hours, which is the problem.
I see. And what spell is it?
It's the one that I wanted for so long that you wouldn't let me have it first.
Oh, that's basically summon a demon thing inside somebody.
Yeah, I just posted it. I
mean, that it doesn't have a gold component, so that is one you wouldn't actually need to file for.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
never mind that. I won't do it.
That is one that you could just use an arcane focus for.
Perfect. I'll just do an arcade focus. No point in advertising the ability.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Right?
But once again, as things are starting to settle down, Jelania stands back up, and she approaches you cautiously now. She's kind of sniffing the air slightly as she approaches.
Well, I cleaned up this morning.
But she has her hands raised. Don't. I mean you no harm. Valeran, right?
Yeah, and I mean you no harm. We're good.
Okay. Looks back at Ren, like, guards will be here soon. You four, follow me. And she looks at one of the other clergy of Sylvanas and says, when the guards get here, just hold them off. I will come talk to them soon. And the clergyman nods. And Jelania asks you all to follow her into the back.
Yeah, man.
She says, well, first, thank you. It is sad not everybody was able to survive this, but I'm confused on what could have prompted this. We haven't had an issue like this in ever, as far as I'm aware. Sorry, you haven't had an issue like this as far as I'm aware.
Did you hear of the orcs who died?
I mean, I did, but I don't know what that has to do with us here at the Shrine of Nature.
They were killed by... I, like, look around to make sure it's, like, no one else around.
No, just the four of you and Jelania.
They were killed by werewolves.
In the city?
And we've found... Wait, the one... I'm not sure how many there are. Passages that they were using to get in and out of the city.
Let's see. And which one would that be?
What one? Passage?
Yes.
In the city of the dead.
This is an old smuggler's passage that often we use to smuggle people into the city to help them with their lycanthropy, but there's only one that I've ever met that could possibly do this, and he only comes here, on the full moon when he should be. He's jailed the rest of the time.
Who?
You met him. Do you not remember?
Mm-hmm.
But other than him, I don't know how anybody would know of that message.
I think that tower had some bad in it, and they have known about it for a long time.
I will have to check with some people about this, but I'm sure there was a reason you came today, unless you'd somehow gotten word of what was going on here.
You smelled the reason.
She looks over at you, Val. Says, May I see the mark?
I'll show the mark.
As she takes a look and she kind of like, she sniffs around you and, yes, you're a new turn. Well, we do have ways to control it. I'm sure Ren has probably told you. But there are also ways to get rid of it. If you haven't actually had a full moon turn yet.
I have not, but I would note that Ren mentioned some surprisingly high mortality rates.
Yes, it does. Ritual is very taxing. Some people eventually just give in to the pain and let death take them. Others, they simply do not have the will to live. But what of you, Valeran? Do you have the will to get rid of this? Or at least attempt it?
Given the mortality rate, unless this is an unmanageable condition, my first inclination, and keep in mind this is without the benefit of extensive research on the subject, my first inclination is to learn to live with the condition such that I can still be a functional member of society.
Wolfgang.
Exactly.
She says,
Ray doesn't know why you're chanting, but she's also chanting.
She says, trying to ignore the Wolfgang chant going on in the background. She says, well, it is, but keep in mind that there is more ways to pass this on than through a bite.
Which did remind me of a question I had. Theoretically, were someone to attempt to undertake this ritual or to complete this ritual and they were to pass away during the process, were their companions to resurrect, revive, raise dead, whatever the case may be, is the curse gone? Is the curse still present? Is it a hit or miss kind of proposition?
We here at the Shrine of Nature prefer that the person who undergoes the ritual, should they pass during the ritual, we tend to immediately take the body and burn it.
So we're going to be living with this condition then? Thank you for helping me make up my mind.
Now, that doesn't mean that that it can't be done. However, the thing is that if the person passes, the reason we don't take the chance is a long time ago, somebody did resurrect the creature after they had passed away. Not only was the curse not gone, it was intensified. And what I mean by this is when they come back, it is not the person that comes back. It is the beast within.
Ah, so you might as well be dead.
Unless you wish to harm everything
wolf.
around you, then yes, it is
Yeah.
often better to be dead.
That makes sense. Yeah, we're living with it. At least I have or can develop some measure of control from what I understand.
You can, but it takes a great amount of time. So, DM to player. The reason Ren can control it enough not to attack allies is because she had enough practice, which I believe I had said took, 6 or 7 months for you to get, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep, long time.
Yeah, so basically, if you turn in the middle of battle, you are not going to have, you're still going to have that lust for the hunt flaw that she can negate because she's a level 2 lycanthrope. You would be level 1,
True.
in which case you would go
You
after
have
the
to attack the
weakest
weakest.
nearby. Yeah, exactly.
Which could be a party member, and they could turn. Well, it's an interesting predicament, and at this point, I would say to the party, I think you get a vote in this as well as me, because should we continue to travel together, which is my desire, what I do affects you or could affect you very greatly.
And with that, Yolania looks at the rest of the party. She says, the guard should be here just momentarily. I will leave you. And the door bursts open. Yolania, the guards are here. They wish to speak with someone. Yes, I'll be right out. I will leave you to make a decision. If you will excuse me, I'll be back. Please do not leave this room until I come back. So she then leaves the room and leaves you guys to discuss it. So by all means, discuss away. I'm excited to hear how this is going to go.
Okay, Val. How you feeling?
A little peckish.
Bruh. Yeah, he kind of like licks his lips, and there's still some blood that's starting to dry upon his chin and lips, and kind of licks it.
What about second breakfast?
Yeah, however you feel about the taste of blood, somebody else's blood on your lips, is that's on you, how you feel about it.
Personally?
Character-wise,
Brain
yeah.
character. Oh, character-wise, okay. Yeah, you don't want to know that much. Character-wise, yeah, he's fine with it.
Nice. I mean, I've also bitten people.
And self.
Yeah.
A lot.
A lot of self.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's fine.
Yeah, Zin's definitely a little concerned about you biting somebody. But, insight. Everybody give him insight.
Hey, everyone?
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry, not advantage.
Oh, there they are. I was like, what do you mean? Okay. Doesn't matter. 17's your first roll. 20. So I'm gonna give this one to Zynn and Valeran. When she said there are other ways to transfer this, other than saliva, how do you feel about
Let's
being
talk about sex, baby.
yeah? How do you feel about never getting laid again? Condoms
Whoa,
aren't
whoa.
a thing. Condoms
There's
aren't a
lady
thing.
werewolves. I'm not saying me. I'd like to really clarify, not saying me. But
No,
there
no,
are
good.
lady werewolves.
Didn't take it that way. You're good.
But yeah, she was.
Or guy werewolves.
she-
I'm not here to judge.
Right? Whatever floats your boat.
She was basically saying that there's at least a chance during it's not just saliva, it is going to be like
All
bodily fluids in general. So if somebody happens to have an open wound and they happen to touch your blood, I mean, there's a chance. It's a low chance, but it's a chance.
Interesting.
I mean, for our party's sake, in terms of touching blood things, the risk already exists. So that doesn't change for us. It's more just your future independent of us. Because I already exist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so from Zin's perspective, although he's a little concerned about your most recent endeavor, he will still stand beside you either way, affliction or not.
And I can vow to, when you turn, do everything in my power. A, to keep you safe first so you don't turn. B, make sure I'm in the way so I get bit. I can vow to do my best.
That's all anybody can do.
Good party moment.
Beyond that, for me, that's all I have. You other guys that aren't already part of this,
Yet.
if you have thoughts.
Yeah, like I said, Zynn's good with this to stick with the party regardless.
How about Ray? You haven't weighed in yet.
So Ray is just listening to like everybody talk, and she's just bawling, and like in between like sobs, she's like, "Your family," basically.
Aw.
So from what I'm gathering, it sounds like everybody is going to just stick by Valeran no matter his decision, but they feel it's his decision. Am I correct in this?
Yes, and
100%.
Yeah.
I personally would not love risking losing you when we could find a way around it.
Well, first of all, thank you for sticking by me. Secondly, y'all just foiled me. I was hoping to pass off the decision to you, so I didn't have to. But that's foiled.
I would rather you not be dead.
I like that idea too.
That's kind of my vote.
It works for me, and I think that's the way I'm thinking, is that for 3 days, maybe I just go somewhere like this and lock myself up. In combat, I just have to be much, much more careful. I'm sure Savage... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
I'm going to say, player to DM and other players, I'm sure Savage will find a way to negotiate me into a harrowing position.
Oh yeah. I mean, the amount of times you've gone down, there's going to be some problems pretty soon.
Full confidence.
Yeah. Also, just player to DM, I'm wondering if I have any idea, like, what the process was for me to become a level 2 lycanthrope, because I have no idea how I level up to my next level either. But was it just like time or practice not doing things, like intentionally getting hurt and not? Or do I have any idea of how I gained any sort of like control?
So, during your time with the Tribe of the Worm, it was time, people that you grew to care for would, like, care for you during your transformation. They obviously weren't dumb enough to, stick their arm in the cage, but, they'd make sure that, you had some, you had, like, maybe a goat or things like that to basically maul during your transformation, and then slowly they weaned you off of it to try and help you gain control, which for the most part you had done, until you were on your travels and you accidentally killed someone. You thought you had control of it, but you were not strong enough to have complete control, but you were able to do it for the most part, which is how you hit your level 2. It did take several transformations, several full moons and such. But you're aware it took probably, it was most of the time you spent at the Worm of the Tribe. So that took you, I want to say it was like 6 months or so. But
Yep, it was.
But yeah, that was the biggest part of it.
Okay.
At this point, I'm gonna say you guys probably been talking about it for 10 minutes, and Ray's been crying the whole time, sobbing and
Blubbering, in fact.
yeah, pretty much, put her 2 cents in near the end, and at this point, Juliana comes back in. Says, well, I talked to the guards. I told them what happened. They're going to look for the people. I left a few things out, obviously, as she looks over at Val with his, the blood starting to dry on his clothes and mouth, chin.
I can actually justify that through the typical doctrine of the escalation of force.
We've all bit some people.
That already engaged in the use of deadly force. He used the least force required to effectively control the situation.
Bro, that was the least force?
Yeah, he didn't even use a weapon or a
So-
fireball. That seems
So,
pretty restrained.
when all lesser means have failed or can no longer reasonably be employed, I used the lesser means to spell, but that was wearing off. And when someone uses deadly force, you're allowed to use deadly force in return. You're not obliged to use less.
Fair enough. God damn, though, that was fucking. I mean, that was amazing DM wise, but like that was horrifying.
Also, that's not the rules in Canada.
I mean, Canada, you're not even
Oh, I
allowed to
know.
defend yourself at all. So I mean, I
Just
can't really.
no deadly force ever.
Really?
Oh, dude, like,
Yeah.
actually, somebody, was it fucking the other side of Toronto? Actually, he's a storekeeper. Dude walked in with a bat, and basically they got the bat away from him, and dude hit him several times, and now the storekeep is actually arrested while the robber is in the hospital.
Tell you a quick story. There was one in Texas, God, probably 20 years ago. Guy's calling 911, says, hey, someone's breaking into my neighbor's car. Send a cop. Waits a few minutes, still no cop. Guy says, I'm going over with my shotgun to stop him. 911 operator says, sir, don't do it. He says, yeah, I'm going to go do it. Goes over there, stops the guy, blows one of them to hell. Jury non-bills him, acquits him.
Yep. Yeah, that is, that's definitely, I mean, I feel there's a few states in America that still wouldn't allow that, but, I mean.
Oh, yeah, no, there are definitely some that murder you for it.
Yeah, because it wasn't necessary. So
Fuck
just
that.
generally
No,
wouldn't
man.
be allowed.
Yo, you stealing my shit? Sorry, it's not that I value my shit more than your life. You obviously value my shit more than your life. But
He was stealing someone else's shit.
doesn't matter, exactly. And if your neighbor can't fucking help you protect your shit, then, but that's neither here nor there. Back to game.
So anyway, yeah, sorry, my bad.
No worries. Julania walks back in and, states that, she left some things out. But she did give you, or give them your names. And they are aware that you were involved, but it was in defense of others. So they said that, they carted away the bodies. They are going to be definitely taking a look into this, and you guys are off the hook for any death that did happen. She also says, though, so have you made a decision?
We're going to keep the baby. Let's inject all the politics in it. No, we're going to try and I'm going to try and live with this, and my companions have bravely and selflessly agreed to stand beside me.
Very well. So, here's how this works. As long as you are here in this city, we expect you here by sunset, the day before the full moon, and you'll stay here for the 3 days till the full moons are over.
Gladly.
If you decide not to, and we do find that there have been deaths that are from large odd creatures, we are obligated to help city authorities. As
Won't be.
this is not a threat, mind you. Sorry, this is not a threat, mind you. This is just so that you are aware.
Won't be an issue. You have my word. I'll be here,
Very well.
if at all possible. If I'm not, it's because I was detained against my will. Because my DM is creative like that.
They don't call him savage for nothing.
Sorry, that maniacal
Right?
laughter just kind of slipped out.
Don't worry, it does with me all the time.
So, she says, very well. Do you have any questions about your newly acquired condition?
How do I learn to control this?
Time, energy. It is difficult to do. I will be honest with you there. I have met Ren here. She seems to have not fully mastered it, but has a rather good control of it. However, I'm aware that she did it much quicker than most.
Understood. I was presented a book by an author by the name of Volo. Does it have merit, or is it largely misinformation?
She puts her hand out. May I?
I'll produce it from my book of holding, or bag of holding.
She looks through it, kind of starts flipping and skimming. Well, some of this is quite on the nose. There are a couple passages here that, well, let's say, full of excrement. For the most part, it is correct. There's just some things that seem to be embellished.
Got it. To look for obvious embellishment.
Yes, yes. If you would like, you can always come to me at a certain point in time of your choosing, and we can go over this together, and I can show you what is true and what is not.
That would be good. Thank you for the opportunity.
She kind of gives you a nod. Is there anything else I can help you all with?
So who in town has the best deal on fleet collars?
She fucking bursts out laughing. Ah, I see you. I see you still have your sense of humor intact. That is good.
Might as well.
She does say, as far as actual collars, not so much, but I mean, we do have some ointments.
Good, good. Oh, is there anything to do for the itch? Doesn't seem to go away.
Until your first transformation, it will be ever present. After your
Got
first
it.
transformation, it usually starts acting up close to the moon. But you'll get used to it eventually. You won't even notice it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
She kind of like opens the door and looks out and says, well, the guards are gone. And I should get back to my duties if there's nothing else.
I'm good if everybody else is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
As well, I shall see you soon then. At least two of you.
Indeed. No more than 19 days.
She nods and she heads out. As you guys are leaving, Zynn.
Yep.
You suddenly feel a pull something. And you don't know why, but it's like an urge. Almost like something is calling to you. You kind of scan the room. See a statue of a unicorn.
Can I step towards it?
Sure. That was the god you had. Yeah, I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. Same as Dris.
Yeah, and I believe Ray, you as well. Ray, you notice Zynn start kind of like as the group is heading out to leave. He kind of pauses and looks at this statue of a unicorn, and he stops for a moment and kind of takes a step or two towards it. Regarding this large statue, and something in your mind. Ray, remind me, what was the deity that I remember you had a interaction with a unicorn? I think you were also thinking about Meliki, correct?
Yeah.
And as he does so, you also start to feel a pull towards this statue. You watch as Zynn heads towards this thing. And you feel... Zynn, you feel... give me a religion. Ray, as you feel this pull, what do you do? Seeing Zynn walk towards the statue.
Do I feel the pull even though I've been here before?
Yes.
I'll just like walk alongside Zynn.
Yeah, all right. As Zynn, as you approach this, you hear Ray come up beside you. Also start to stare at this statue. Ray, you can also give me a religion. You both feel a pull towards this statue. And you feel like this pull is giving you some sort of a... Something is trying to communicate with you. And you guys are aware that this is a statue dedicated to Meliki. However, you're not sure why the pull towards this particular statue. Ray, you know you've had an interaction with a unicorn before. In the forest. I believe. But with those religion rolls, I'm going to say neither one of you are able to understand what it's trying to say. What kind of communication it's trying to make with you. Valeran and Ren, you both are heading toward the exit when suddenly you realize that you've lost Zynn and Ray. And as you both turn to look, you can see them standing before a statue unicorn.
Step off to the side of the door and quietly wait while they interact with whatever deity they so choose.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ray and Zynn, you two both stand in regard. Statue. Feeling this urge and trying to understand why you feel this urge. But nothing is coming to you. What would you guys like to do?
And we're still feeling that pull.
Yes.
I'll try to like inspect the statue. I know it's probably not related, but my character doesn't really know why he's being pulled towards it.
Sure. As you try to inspect the statue, you do not notice anything magical about it. Do not notice, anything that would give a reason to pull you towards the statue. Ray, what are you doing?
I'll just like get close to it because like I'm a little bit more familiar, I think, with the unicorn. So I will just get a little bit closer to it and like put my hand, I guess, on the base of it and just like close my eyes and see maybe if I can connect with something.
Try as you might, you cannot understand exactly what it is trying to communicate with you or why. However, as Zynn is kind of like inspecting this and like trying to figure something out, you're touching this, you hear a voice from behind you. Hello. Sorry. Hello. No, that's not it either. Hello? There it is. Zynn and Ray, right?
Zynn kind of gets like a little flustered because he was kind of like in a trance with things. He's like, yes. Yes, it is. And as he looks around to see who's saying it.
Yeah, as you look around, you're not seeing anybody until you look down a bit, and you see Yuz there.
Well, thank you for the help. I appreciate what you all did there. I see you're staring at the statue dedicated to dedicated to Meliki. May I ask your interest?
Yes. I don't really know how to explain it. I just felt the need to come over here for some reason.
She smiles. She looks at Ray.
Same with you, Miss Ray?
Ray will just like be startled a little bit and be like, yeah, something like that.
Well, it kind of feels like a pull, almost an urge, yeah?
And Ray just like vigorously like nods her head.
Zynn will nod as well.
Oh. Seems maybe Meliki is trying to communicate with you. She is more of a standoffish god, usually. However, if you start to feel a pull, an urge almost, I believe she might be trying to communicate with you.
Ray will ask, how do we commune back?
Prayer. Prayer usually works. I mean, she's either pulling you here because she's either has an interest in you or, you have pissed her off. One or the other. Usually it's the good one, though. But prayer usually works.
And she's like, one moment. And she kind of she doesn't leave the room, but she goes up towards the center, and where there are a couple almost altars, not sacrificial altars, but altars. And she kind of like dips down underneath the one, and
here it is.
she comes back over, you know, a little slowly because she got short legs, but you know, she's kind of doing a little speed walk.
Here.
And she hands you basically a prayer book.
I don't know what all language you speak, so this one's in common. But this is kind of a book about Meliki. It's, you know, we don't really have holy books per se, but in here you'll find prayers and things like that. You might be able to communicate a little better if you have a little more understanding.
Ray will just be like nod her head and like kind of give a little bow and say thank you, and then grab the book.
Says, I've only got the one copy to hand out. We kind of need the others. So, I mean, you two could share, and apparently both have some kind of pull towards Meliki. So, I don't know. Maybe you can share and learn together. And, I mean, I'm around. You got any questions?
Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. And Zynn will give her a bit of a bow and thanks.
Yeah, I should be the one thanking you. You saved a lot of our friends. Might take a little while to get people back in here, though. I mean, you're Valeran over there. I think scared the living shit out of some of them.
It was quite the spectacle, but hopefully that doesn't push people away for too long. This is quite an important place, I believe.
Yeah, I'd agree. I will warn you. Although we do share the temple with Sylvanas, Meliki is more about, rangers and natural beauty and things. I will warn you that you might come across some members of our faith that don't feel as comfortable with the problem that Ren there has. So you may want to watch out for some of that. You know what I mean? As she does not at this point know about Valeran also having the same issue.
Right. Yes, of course. I will keep that in mind.
Well, I've got some more duties to attend to. I gotta, I think most of the people are a little healed up now and feeling better, but gonna have to go do some helping and other things. DM to player cleric shit. I don't know.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, so Zynn will just nod and said, thank you so much for your time, and then he'll start to walk away.
And Ray will also say thank you and follow.
Okay. You guys head back towards the door, and you see Ren and Valeran waiting for you.
All good now?
Yes. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. It's all good. Where to from here, gang?
What time is it about now?
Time?
I'm gonna say that after all of that, it was about, like I said, 2:30 or so by the time you left. Took you an hour and change to get up there. That puts it about 3:30. Everything that happened there, I'm gonna say that probably took half an hour. So yeah, you're looking around 4 o'clock.
I don't have anything that I need to attend to tonight, other than just making sure that Val, you feel comfortable for now.
Yeah, I'm great, bud.
I wouldn't mind continuing my potion practice.
Oh yeah, I'd like to try to make that bomb thing too.
Oh, your poison bomb can. Gotcha.
Sounds like a great idea. Also, tonight, shall we discuss what we want to do tomorrow?
Well, I was going to say before the night ends, if we're just hanging out for
Yeah.
the evening, I might as well fill up that ring for you.
Yes, that would be fantastic.
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Planning.
it sounds like you guys want to head back to the yawning portal and then do all that stuff from there, or?
Yeah, because it's already 4, so it's like hard to do an adventuring day. Well, actually, if everyone's gonna head back to the yawning portal, maybe I'll do like a quick hunt for the afternoon.
Okay. So you want to head out hunting?
Yeah, I mean, if everyone's gonna kind of do a couple things, and then near the end of the night, him and I will do some stuff. Yeah, and then maybe I could see if there's a butcher I can sell the meat to if I get anything.
Sure. All right, so Zin's gonna do some hunting. Ray and Ren are going to work on some herbalism and spell creation. And was there anything specific you wanted to do, Val? Sorry, I missed that if you did say.
No, you're fine. I will read the book and yeah, I'll read the book and learn.
Okay. So with that, we are going to take our 10-minute mid-session break. All right, everybody. We had a little issue while we were gone. Valeran accidentally fucked up his character sheet. We had to roll back a little bit, but nothing major has changed, so we got that fixed already. So the players are just adding the Book of Meliki and the other thing back in real quick, and we should be good to go. Ren, can you just do me one favor and check the date, make sure it's the proper date? It should be, but just check it if you don't mind, please.
Checking.
Oh, sweet. I forgot my cigarettes. Sec.
I haven't changed it yet today, so it should be fine. Yep.
Thanks, y'all.
No worries at all. Now you get to track a whole bunch of huge written thing like me.
Ugh.
Can you post that and I'll just copy and
Yeah.
paste it rather than foobarring it again?
I'm
can.
probably gonna have to go through and make it because she's got level 2 in hers, right? And there's
I
certain
got
things you
level
get.
2.
So I will have
Yeah.
to give you some
But
go
she's
through
got
it.
I
level 1 in
think-
there too.
I have all of level 1 written in mine, and then level 2 just overrides my level 1.
She does.
Because some of the stuff disagrees, so we just override it with level 2. So I think you can just ignore level 2 for the most part. Here's this for now anyways. It's long as hell.
Okay, let's.
Where? Thank you, ma'am.
Looking at this, I am going to add a couple. Okay, no, never mind. I don't have to. First DC 10 each time you successfully reach DC up. So, make sure that you have your current DC somewhere on your sheet so you know. Valeran.
Got it.
Let's see. During full moon, you will need to return werewolf. Form until dawn. Last night before the full moon to the night after the full moon. Yep. Okay, so
And I only copied level 1, so I don't metagame it.
alright, cast spell, you can't cast spells, concentrate. Ability to speak for basic auto responses. That remains same as your humanoid stats. Any armor you are wearing merges in your hybrid form or immediately drops to the ground. GM may decide large, yada yada yada. Yeah, so basically you will have unarmored AC. So you might want to put that in your modified AC, which would be
Got it.
10 plus con plus dex.
Got it.
Transform use weapons equipment as normal. No, that part I'll transform weapons equipment as normal. I think that was part of level 2, wasn't it? Or no, I modified it. I added that to the first part. Okay. You get your unarmed strikes, which deal a d6. Claws dealing slashing instead of bludgeoning, and unable to wield your weapons. Oh. Yeah, see, I think I fucked that part up. One says you can use your weapons and tools, weapons and equipment as normal, unless specified elsewhere. But the next one says,
It's if you're turning into your werewolf form or your wolf form. If I'm a wolf, I don't have any tools. They merge into my body. If I'm a werewolf, I get to maintain my tools and can use them.
Correct. So I gotta work on the wording of this, honestly. Substitute 1 attack, an unarmed bite attack. Attack hit, you deal 1d8 piercing plus strength. Attack as a bonus action. Unarmed claw attack or bite, provided you have not already used your bonus action. Okay. And then Lust for the Hunt Flaw. I believe you get that from level 1.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, yeah. So, that is a new thing you have, Mr. Zynn. Sorry, Valeran.
I was like,
Good
oh,
times.
damn.
Right?
Wolfgang!
Hey, bro, for 2 gold, you can have it too.
Oh,
Bruh.
God.
We could have a wolf pack.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting you guys to try and cure it. So, I've got like, I didn't figure I would need a map tonight. It would take you guys time to find them and shit, but
Bro,
alright.
seriously, 75% lethality?
Mozart.
Mortality?
Mozart. Mozart.
Right?
Mozart. Mozart. Mozart.
Can I change my character name, Savage?
I mean,
Now it goes by Wolfgang?
what you want to have a wolf name?
Wolfgang.
just
No,
now I'll just go
Mozart.
by Wolfgang instead of Valeran.
Oh, Jesus.
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Oh God, what have I done? I'm glad you didn't get bit by the wolf one, because like you need to submerge yourself in water for at least 10 minutes a fucking day. Like,
Oh, the shark?
yeah,
Yeah, that sucked.
yeah, you're pretty lucky you got bit by the werewolf instead of the others. But yeah.
Right?
So,
Being a shark sucks.
let's see, you guys are up there. So, Zynn, you've decided you want to go hunting. So,
Yeah.
your easiest out to get to somewhere where you could probably hunt something is up in the northern exit.
Okay.
Ren and Ray, you guys are heading back home, and Valeran, you were going to head back to the Yawning Portal as well, yes? To check up your book?
Yeah.
Alright, in that case, because it's going to take you a good hour and a half to get down there, then it's only going to take you about 20 minutes to get outside of the town. Well, probably half an hour to get, like, all the way through the main northern gate city. As you pass through the upper downs, however, you do notice that, you know, this is more of a tent city. This is where the poorest of the poor are. And as you're walking this path up here, you're steadily noticing, you know, people with their cloaks on, and, you know, rather shady looking characters eyeing you as you walk through. However, none of them really bother with you. They just watch you. Give me an insight. Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to turn off advantage.
That's fine. 12. You know what? Honestly, I think I'm going to give you advantage on it anyway.
Sweet.
You realize that more than likely the reason nobody is fucking with you is because you, sir, are a drow. You also have a fucking little dragon-like creature, you know, following you right at your heels. So it's, you know, couple different reasons to not screw with somebody. Being, you know, the type of elf you are, along with this little creature that seems to be friendly to you, trailing behind you.
Fair enough.
Even Yukina kind of snickers, says something to you in Draconic. They're scared of us. Smart.
Zynn chuckles a bit. It does seem that way.
Fucking gang. Jesus Christ, Valeran.
I like it. It's a cool name.
I mean, yeah, you can actually, if you want, like, at some point, you could always get yourself a learn the skills to basically be a charlatan, like, you know, change your basically make yourself a persona, which, I mean, would fit if you like.
A fursona?
A persona.
Hey.
No, a fursona, get
A
it?
fursona?
Sweet Jesus.
See what you started?
Uh-huh. I mean, Jesus. Okay. Anyways, as you exit the gate, you know, there's plenty of guards around, but nobody stops you. They are kind of in awe of this creature, however, the trail's behind you. And you get out. It takes you about another hour to, you know, get far enough from the city so that you can actually start to pick up the tracks of something. As you're walking about, there are some hills, but it is mostly kind of plains. Actually, do this. All right, so Waterdeep here. I think I brought you guys over, right? Yeah. Waterdeep is about in this area over here, obviously, as you can see by the word Waterdeep. Getting an hour away, you do get to an area where there's some hills and whatnot. And let me actually change music, because this is not good for this. Alright, so you get up north a little ways into the hilly area, just where it begins. And you decide to do a little hunting. As you and Yukina start to try and track something, I would like the both of you to make me survival check to see if you can start to find either tracks or, you know, places where where there's evidence of some sort. I know, right, Mama Snow? Holy fuck. So Yukina isn't really coming up with much, but you find a spot where find some, like, not really tracks, but like bent and trampled tall grass. And as you're checking out the area, you notice that there are some spots where it looks like grass has been chewed on. You know, there's spots where it's what is left is much shorter than the rest of it. So the two of you start heading off in that direction. And as you continue, both of you can give me another survival. Yukina is now also able to help pick up the trail. The two of you keep going. It takes you about another hour of tracking. And here you find some excrement. Give me another survival. You can figure out what kind of it. You've had experience. I'm going to say a 14 will do it. This looks like deer dropping. Sorry, no, elk dropping.
Ooh, nice.
And as you kind of like wave your hand over it, you can feel there's still warmth. So it's rather fresh. But in your as you kind of stand and take a look around, you don't see anything in the very near vicinity. You guys continue for about another 20-30 minutes. Give me one more survival. Yep, you finally come to the edge of one of these hills. And you come up to the top of the hill. And as you get to the top, you see a herd of elk. There seems to be around 30 or 40 of them. Some male, some female. Even a couple baby elk. You feel they're probably roughly about 200 feet out. As you look around, realize that although there is a little bit of tall grass, for you to actually be able to get up there sneakily is going to be difficult. You're aware that if you are upwind of them, then there's a good chance they might smell you. So as you kind of lick your finger and put it in the air, you feel that you might be slightly upwind from them. What do you want to do?
I will put my hand for Yukina to hold, and I'm just gonna try to sneak 50 feet closer. But at this point, I've got my bow ready, and I'm aiming, and I'm looking to find one of the ones that are like, you know, the champion, the trophy, the prize type ones, right?
Okay. You look around and give me a perception on this one. You spot one that you believe would probably be the stud of this particular group, right? And you in fact notice that big stud elk there is doing his thing.
Oh God. Well, he's distracted at least.
Okay. Kind of bow you got? Is it short or long?
It's a longbow, so I got 150/300.
Okay, so within 150 feet, it is regular.
Yeah,
Past
and then
100,
over its
yeah.
disadvantage.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to get to the 150. Basically, is my goal. And if they start running before, I will fire, of course. But I'm doing whatever I can to get into the 150.
All right. So realizing you are upwind of them, so I mean, if you get too close, they might actually start looking for you. How do you want to do?
Yeah. So like I've got my bow drawn. It's already pulled back, and I'm gonna sneak to the point of 150 feet. But if I notice them notice me at all within there, I'm just gonna take a shot, even at disadvantage.
Okay. So, Yukina is crouched beside you, and as you start to kind of try to creep forward, it says, "What do you want me to do?" In Draconic.
I already, yeah. I told her to hold back with my hand.
She sighs. That's no fun. But she sighs and says, "Fine." You start to get closer. Give me a stealth. Okay. You start to get closer, and it seems that they are not noticed. Bill, you are within about 100.
Okay. At this point, I don't want to risk it, so I'm gonna attempt to take the shot.
Sure. You start to draw back your bow, and you notice the elk is done his thing and hops off, and fortunately is not nearly as tall now. You start to try and find a good angle, or rather a good spot, but with the amount of elk that are around it, having some troubles lining up the perfect shot. Do you take the shot anyways? Or do you try to find a different angle?
Oh, good question. And I don't notice another target that seems to be of the applicable size, I assume, since I didn't roll so well in perception. So I think I'm just going to take the shot and hope for the best here.
Okay. So, disadvantage, sir. $19. That'll do it. You let loose. You kind of pop up, and you let your arrow fly. It seems to have found the mark. However, give me a luck roll, odds versus even. Okay. The arrow sinks in right behind the front leg. However, you've hit him on the right side. This thing, it does not go down quickly. You hear, "Woo!" And the rest of the elk starts to run. And this one, it starts to try to run. But as it does, I don't know if you've ever seen it when you don't hit the heart, you hit a lung instead of a creature.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
It's not as pretty.
No, it starts to just spew blood from its mouth as it stumbles, trying to run, quickly losing a lot of blood, and it takes a good few seconds, like 20-30 seconds before it finally just collapses with a and even while it's laying on its side, it's like, you can see it trying to get its legs to move, and it's just not happening. But as you and Yukina close the distance, it kind of like looks up at you before its eyes become glazed over, and it fades away.
Bite its throat out.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, Zynn will stop and do a quick little prayer, just to basically thank it for the blessing it's about to give for food for people, even though he's going to sell it, but it's going to get used to his meat. And then he'll quickly start kind of like gutting it. And
before you gut it, give me a religion.
Okay. Sorry, not advantage.
You feel strange. Similar to the pull to the statue. But excuse me, burping. This time it's not so much a pull. Feel something. But what it is, you still can't place your finger on it. But as you think about this, you let your thoughts drift, and you begin to field dress it. Now, as you field dress this, obviously you remove the innards and whatnot.
Yeah.
Give me a survival.
Can I get a +1 with my lucky coin? I should have done that before.
I think you have to do it before, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be before on any check, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, 11's not going to make a difference anyways out of 10.
That's fair.
You manage to start to field dress this. And as you're doing so, suddenly you smell something. something strange. It takes you a moment to recognize the smell. Fecal matter. Realizing what this smell is, you start to scramble, knowing that this could taint the meat. Give me another survival. So you end up you find the as you're pulling everything out, you find the spot where you nicked an intestine. Which means as you find the spot, you can clean the meat before it gets tainted. So as you field dress it, you remove the innards. This is probably a good 800 pounds of elk here. This thing was massive.
Sweet.
However, as you do this, you have a realization that this is indeed 800-900 pounds of meat. Once you remove the innards, you're probably still looking at 700 pounds or more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna try to section it and put it into my bag of hunter.
Right. So you begin to try and cut this open, or slice it, in a way a butcher might. So I want 8 survival. See how well you can butcher this.
I think that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Okay. You do a pretty good job. Your first one, oh, Ray disappeared from the game. Ray's like, I've had enough of this. I don't want to hear this. This is gross. You do manage to get a perfect leg. Your blade just kind of slides through the meat and through the.
What did you say about me leaving?
Oh, it said you left the game. You disappeared for a minute there. But you managed to get through the hip bone and the cartilage, and you pull away a perfect. Are you skinning this thing too?
I imagine I have to, so it's gonna take me quite some time.
Yeah. So you managed to get one perfect leg. The next 2 legs, you get caught on some bone and some sinew and kind of butcher it a little, not in a good way.
It was gonna be ground beef for stew.
But you do manage to get through the rest of it, and yeah, you're right. This is gonna take you a while. This is probably gonna take you good, from the time you killed it until you're ready to, head back. It's probably gonna take you 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, I figured.
So you do manage to get a couple big ass slabs of ribs. You get 4 legs, but I mean 2 of them are a little bit butchered. You get the you get a lot of meat. You get probably, let's say 500 pounds of elk meat. And
Let's go.
while you're doing this, Yukon is just sitting there licking her chops.
I'll give her. I assume she probably likes the heart. She probably likes something like that. It's probably like a delicacy, I'd imagine.
Oh, that might be a delicacy in city. That might even
That's
get you
true.
more than anything else. Who knows? We'll have to find out. What
Yeah,
part
we'll
do you
see.
give her then?
I'm gonna give her the heart just because I like her. So we'll see if
Okay.
I get screwed on the money or not. But
So, I want to know exactly what parts, besides ribs, legs, the obvious one. What else are you taking from this creature?
well, I'll take the tent. Besides the meat, or just you want me to describe the meat parts as well?
Let's go
'Cause,
with everything. Describe everything.
Yeah. So
you're
you get
taking.
I'll get the front quarter, the hind quarter. So the front section of legs, back section of legs, the the rib sections, and I'll take the tenderloin straps off of it as well. And then I'll take the neck portion of the meat because that'll probably be good like ground meat. And then that like, and when I'm talking leg sections, I'm talking all the way up to the shoulder, right? Like so we get shoulder roasts out of it as well, and your hindquarters with your rump roasts and all that. And that'll probably be it. And is it the antlers pretty big on it too? Because maybe I'll take those as well.
Yeah, they are. This is I mean, I'm not a hunter in real life, so I know, you got
That's
5 and 10 point, bucks and whatnot. And that's the how many points are on the antlers, whatever. But I don't know how you would rate an elk if it's the same way. But
yeah, elk's still gonna be tine based because they don't have the paddles like moose do.
yeah,
They're just gonna have more. So maybe it's like a 7x8, right?
sure. Let's go with a 7.
Cool.
Now I want you to make me a intelligence check as you're looking at the head and antlers of this creature. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Intelligence check or save, or does it matter?
I don't think it matters because I know he doesn't have proficiency in save, so I'm guessing it's the same.
Yeah, it's the
Okie
same.
dokie.
In this case, I'm gonna say, yeah, the antlers they're gonna be worth money for sure. The head is useless. They definitely don't need to leave that on there. The antlers will be enough.
Yeah, the antlers it is.
Which is unfortunate because in reality.
Yeah, you want the head to be taxidermied. Yeah, that's okay. It'll be a learned lesson for him.
But yeah, so that's all you're taking?
Yeah, so that should be pretty much all the meat sections if we're talking ribs, tenderloin straps, front and hindquarters. Yeah, that'll be like everything.
Yukina goes, is that it? You done? Can I can, take some stuff off of this? And you're looking at the carcass and like thinking like, what else could there possibly be?
Yeah. So Zin's just gonna nod and say, "Yeah, have at her," basically.
Yeah. At this, she lets out a ah! Like and you kind of realize that it's a hell yeah kind of thing. She rushes in and immediately goes for the blue oysters.
Oh God.
I mean, blue oysters, man, that's a delicacy. So yeah, she mouths down on that. She just kind of like rips it off, and you can see her just like chewing. Like one of them pops out the side of her mouth, and she slurps it back up. Ah, good hunting, Zynn. Good hunting. So you guys pack it all up, and I'm gonna say, yeah, you got probably about like good 700 pounds worth of meat here.
Sweet.
Along with the antlers and stuff. She also dives into the pile that you pulled out. She gets the kidneys, liver, some of the organs that some people would like to eat. She mouths them down as well. But after your let's see, about 4 o'clock, I said it took you half an hour to get outside the city, and then it probably took you an hour and a half to 2 hours to actually get there. So that's 4:30. Call it 6 by the time you shot it. About 9 o'clock is when you're finished up. It's starting to get dark, and you head back towards the city. That's going to take you another 2 hours. Sorry, an hour and a half to get back to the city, and then back to the taverns another hour. So you're probably not getting back till like 11:30.
Yeah, it's a late night.
Yeah. You get back, but at that point we are going to flash back to the others for their afternoon. Let's go back to the city again. All right, the other three of you were all headed back to the yawning portal. So, who wants to go first with what they're doing for the afternoon? Because it sounds like everybody's doing different things.
Sorry, what time was it again?
By the time you guys get down to here, I believe that's roughly hour and a half from Fourth. So about 5:30 by the time you three get down here to the yawning portal.
Okay, and then I'm assuming the group is meeting around like maybe 8 or 9 for dinner.
I mean, if y'all want to.
Works for me.
Okay, can I do 3 attempts, which is I believe 3 hours worth of my bioluminescent?
You may. You start up trying to pick up where you left off, creating the spell. And you have the mushrooms to do it, I assume.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You begin to practice and try to do this, and do you remember the flat wisdom, right? Or was it disadvantage still?
I'm still at disadvantage because I only have 7 successes and I need 15.
Okay. Send it. That is a save.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah. It's just a flat wisdom roll, so not in that little box, but like your bigger ones on the far left side. Are they still a 7? Oh, okay, it's a 4. So
Yeah, it's a 4.
we'll say that first one then would be a 22 total. Then the second one is a fail. Third one is a fail. You get one more success. But none of them were nat ones, so it doesn't blow up in your face or anything. But once again, your room is smelling like moldy spores.
Just how I like it.
But yes, you do get one more success.
Sweet, that's it for me.
And Ren,
Yes.
what were you doing?
I would like to make more healing potions.
Okay, and I need to find the PDF for that.
I also can't find the PDF I had for it.
What do you mean?
Well, I also had a PDF. I can't find it. Because I was just going to have all the answers, and I can't find it.
Did I send you guys the PDF for it?
Well, I had a sideways one for a while.
And it was a PDF, not a picture?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a PDF. I think Z also sent it in our group chat. So if you search for files in the group chat, it might be in there too.
All right, and we need Potion of Healing. I hate the fact that I can no longer fucking modify the way this comes up. Really? Oh, you fucking... Yeah, until I fucking used Adobe. I paid for Adobe for a little bit, just because I need to modify some PDFs, and since then, now if I want to rotate it, I have to buy the fucking Adobe again. Like,
It's so dumb.
yeah, I hate it, man. This is bullshit. So let's see if I can take a look at this on its side.
Also, I remember mine was dumb because I was trying to learn. I was like making them, but also learning a proficiency. So mine is measured not in number of successes, but in amount of time I spend working on it.
I believe that was when Ray was helping you. That's why it was time, because she was basically training you. Whereas she's busy right now, so Your success.
I'm just trying.
Yeah, now you're just trying.
Okay.
Did you have half proficiency at least?
No.
Okay, so that means I need a for you it would just be wisdom disadvantage.
Okie dokie.
And one healing potion takes 2 hours. It'll put you at 7:30 to get your first one done. You do make one, and it does come out okay.
Woo.
Yeah, it's that
Great.
you make one good one in 2 hours.
Perfect. That's all I need to do. Because otherwise I'm gonna miss dinner.
All right, Mr. Valeran, you get back and you head to your room. What are you doing?
It's Wolfgang. Thank you very much. I'll go either way. So I will first thing I will fill up the ring for Zynn with 5 shield spells, which I think is the capacity on the ring.
It is.
Uh,
He's not there right now. Zynn, did you leave the ring with him?
I did not specify, so it'll probably have to wait till I'm back.
I mean, you know what?
Unless you'll allow it.
I'll allow you to say, yeah, you know, before you guys left, you handed him the ring.
Yeah, because I would love to do that, of course.
Yeah. So yeah, you burn spell slots to fill this up with shield spells.
and we got back at 5:30, was it?
Indeed.
So between 5:30 and 9:30, I've got a detect magic scroll that I've been sitting on, that I'm going to transcribe, and that will be me for the evening, I think.
So 9:30, the three of you come downstairs from your room, and you guys sit down at a table, and he brings you, Durnan brings you out a meal with some ales and warm milk for you, Ray.
Thanks.
I remember sending you guys a picture of what the yawning portal was. Did I not?
Yes, you did.
What you guys are having for dinner?
Actually, I'm going to ask him to just bring me a very rare rack of ribs, half rack.
You're really going all out on this one, ain't you?
Oh, I'm loving it, dude.
Okay, here we go.
Didn't
All right. So he says, yeah, not really on the menu for tonight, but I guess if you just want it rather rare, which is strange, I can do that for you. He kind of gives you guys another couple selections that he does have actually on the menu right now. There is. Hold on, I got my screen very dark. All right, we've got that dough roast with dripping. Yeah. He does offer a dough roast with drippings. The other thing on the menu tonight is a rothe steak.
Steak. Rare. I'll also go rare.
Very well.
go for blue.
Oh, Jesus.
Just maybe less rare, but rare.
Okay. And he looks at Ray and says, we also have the catch of the week, smoked in herb sauce. This week it is good smoke. You know what? They've got rivers nearby. We have some salmon, smoked salmon.
Ray's eyes just get really wide, and she's like, "Yes." And she
Aye.
rubs her hands together.
Ah, it shall be out shortly. Right now, I'm back though. Getting it on all my cables. She says, or sorry, he says, it'll be right out, and he goes back to the bar, and you can see him, getting things together. Anything you all want to talk about in the meantime while your dinner's getting ready?
No.
Zynn's back for this?
He is not. He's not getting back until like 11:30. So he's
okay.
still got a couple hours out yet.
I'm probably munching on my rations on the way home type deal.
Gotcha.
You could just eat some raw meat.
Right?
I
Going
haven't been
around.
getting- Yeah, apparently I see that.
So, plans for tomorrow?
Hey, Embark, thanks for the follow.
Um,
Welcome in.
Okay. Oh, we can talk to Zynn when he's back too, but are we feeling dungeony, exploring-y, work on skillsy?
Making you
So I'm
hungry,
wondering
eh,
what Lady
Beholder?
Silverhand is allowed and whether or not the results have come back yet from the apothecary.
Oh yeah, that would be good to check out.
True. It'd be so much easier if we didn't have to deal with her dumb guards every time.
Right? Thank you.
I mean, the
Hire better people.
bigger the city, the more likely you are to find dirty cops, right?
Ugh.
Yeah, but we don't want her to know we're going through dirty cops. We like her, kind of. She's important.
We just don't want to piss her off, is honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, your guys' meal comes out, and the ribs are quite rare, which is not usually advised. He says, he puts the plate down in front of you, Val. He's like, sure you don't want this, a little more cooked? Or gonna be kind of stuck to the bone, rather tough.
It's good for the teeth.
Ah, very well. Puts a plate down in front of you with some potatoes on the plate and a nice bit of what looks like cornbread. Gives you your smoked salmon, right? And your Rothe steak, friend.
Best part of the day.
So, Ray, how do you start to eat your salmon?
I just use my fingers and pick apart the pieces and just eat it with my hands, like you would with Indian food.
And Ren, your steak?
So I get in my fork, stab the steak,
Holy
lift up the
shit!
steak, bite the steak.
Yo!
Whole steak.
Classy.
Yeah. Give me one quick second. Guys, I don't know who that was who just gifted a bunch of subs.
You broke him.
But thank you very much.
Classic barbarian behavior.
That is so very generous. I appreciate that so much. Thank you guys. That is
Could be
fantastic.
a problem. I mean, it's not a Michelin restaurant.
No, actually, I mean, I already know what's happening with that. Somebody just gifted people 5 subs on my stream. So
Let's
Sweet.
go.
Nice.
yeah, so I had to give a thank you, of course. But
Oh, no.
it says anonymous, so I don't know. I don't even know who to thank. But yeah.
Hate it when people do that.
Hey, man.
Thanks, Anonymous. Maybe their name is Anon Emus.
Maybe,
We don't know.
maybe, but it does say an anonymous gifter, so I'm guessing that's not the name. But yeah,
Thank you,
anonymous.
human.
But yeah, as you guys all rip into your food, all eating with your fingers and whatnot, everybody give me
Whoa! I'm using a fork.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said
She is.
I thought you said, yeah, yeah, you're using your fork. Everybody else is kind of ripping into theirs, and Ren, you notice this, and Val seems to be rather ravenous. Just sucking this back, these ribs, tearing at it, with his teeth. He's not wrong. This is extremely, very, very tough, as he's like ripping it, and even with his sharpened teeth, it's taking effort, and you notice, Ray kind of eating her salmon with her fingers, as the barbarian of the group is the only one apparently with manners.
Okay, wait, I gotta show you what I mean. I'm eating it with a fork.
She like stabbed it in the middle and picked it up, and now she's just taking bites out of it. I don't know if
Yeah.
that classifies as manners.
Like a meat sickle.
Yeah,
Yeah, like a meat
it's
sickle.
just meat on a stick, just a big floppy steak.
Oh my god. Yeah, you start mowing this down. But as the other two, the way they're eating, I'm gonna say Ray and Ren. You know what? All three of you can make me a perception at disadvantage. Yeah, meat sickle, right? All right, we've got an 8, an 11, and a fucking nat 1. All right.
Yay.
Valeran Wolfgang, you notice that, as you're like really into these ribs and you're like, ripping the meat off, it's definitely not quiet. No.
Oh, no. He's actually like ripping a rib off the rack and chewing on the meat. If he gets a hold of it, it won't come loose. He'll yank his head back and forth while he's biting down while growling.
Yeah. You start to take notice that the rest of the tavern has suddenly gotten a little quiet. And as you're like, ripping back and forth, you get a chunk off and you're nom, just chewing it. But you kind of look around and you notice that pretty much everybody in the tavern is like staring at you, the three of you. Quiet murmurs are going around, but I mean, everybody's just kind of.
They just want to be us. It's fine.
Oh my god. Yeah, but as you start to look around, Valen, you notice this. You notice people trying to avert their gaze, but they're kind of like watching you guys out of the corner of your corner of their eye, as you're just ripping into this meat or eating it like a fucking meat sickle, or picking apart the salmon. Eventually, as you guys continue to eat, slowly the sounds of a normal tavern do come back, and Matrim is over at the bar. Matrim, Valeran, you notice Matrim watching you guys all eat, and he seems to be rather enamored, almost quizzical.
I'll look at him and hold my hand up and say, "What?"
He smirks. Oh, nothing. It's totally a normal sight. See this all the time here, and you can definitely tell he's being a little sarcastic, a little cheeky. Doesn't mean any harm, but it's interesting to him.
Is this not the yawning portal, the center of the known universe and home of diversity and inclusion?
But of course, sure. Center of the universe. And he pauses for a moment. He's, and he kind of like, almost like he's thinking, and he puts his lute on his lap, and he starts thumbing a little tune. And you can see him kind of like mouthing words as he's doing it. He's not actually playing a song. It's more like he's trying to create something. Yes, this is good. Thank you, Mr. Valeran. And he kind of like, he takes his drink and he walks over to the other side, and you can see him kind of like thumbing and kind of hear a little bit of a tune starting to develop. Kind of get the idea that something you said gave him an idea for a new song. But as you guys continue, and you finish up your meal, the tavern has gone back to its normality. You even see Mr. Volothan way up in the corner. I believe one or two of you have actually already met him. I think the last time he was shit-faced, completely hammered.
That sounds familiar.
But as you guys finish up, I'm gonna say it takes you probably about dinner was about 9ish, then yeah, probably about 10 o'clock. So Zynn isn't quite back yet. But as you guys finish up dinner, what would you guys like to do?
I'll probably turn in for the evening.
Yeah, I'll probably stay up and drink and make sure Zynn gets back okay.
Yeah, we can just, I'm down to drink together and wait. Get a little rowdy?
Right?
Okay. So you guys sit there for a while and drinks start flowing. It's gonna be, I think I said it's gonna be back about 11:30, so you guys got an hour and a half. How many drinks you guys having inside of an hour and a half?
At least 4.
Yeah. A good handful.
Right?
Oh, like 2, because I'm small-ish.
2. All right, not a problem. So you guys start hammering them back, and by about 10:30, 11 o'clock, this place kind of gets popping. Matrim starts to bust out a new tune, which seems to revolve around the yawning portal being the center of the universe.
Why some people can't take a joke.
He begins to sing this song, and it is a wonderful little tune. In fact, I'm going to change the music right now. Let me mark this down so I know what to say it's by. All right. He begins to use a jaunty tune, and it kind of gets everybody in the bar, kind of bouncing a little bit with it in their seats and like humming along, and it's definitely the beginning of a party song. Basically revolves around the yawning portal being the center of the universe. It almost sounds like you would think of like an Irish bar, where the people have made a song about the pub, right? It ends.
I can feel that.
Yeah, it almost sounds like an advertisement, and even Durnan is kind of like smirking at Matrim as he starts walking around the place playing this song. People are kind of like, throwing coins towards him, which he seems to be catching with a spectral hand. Valeran, you would know this spell. Seems to be using a mage hand spell as he's walking around. And it catches the coins that are thrown to him and slides it into his coin pouch as he continues to play. As that song ends, he does continue doing more. But over the course of the hour and a half with him walking around collecting coins and whatnot, Zynn, you enter. And the bar is hopping. You notice that your compatriots are sitting at a table having some drinks.
So, Zinn's got a smile on his face. He's pretty proud of himself. He had a pretty good night. So he'll kind of walk up to his compatriots and be like, "Hello, how's everybody doing tonight?"
I just like raised my tankard to you. Ah.
Starting off on a good run. Cheers. Pull up a chair. We'll get you around.
Are they looking pretty tipsy at this point?
I mean, Ray said she's only had 2, so she's not
Okay.
doing bad. Valeran said he's at like 4. So I mean, he might be a little bit. You know what? Valeran, give me a con save. 21.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Valeran actually looks, considering there's a few empty glasses in front of him, he looks pretty sturdy well, he's sitting, but he looks pretty sturdy. As for Ren, how many did you say you were gonna have?
I only said a good handful.
A handful, huh?
You got big hands.
Roll me a d10.
Oh, good.
That's a small handful.
So we'll say it's a d10 plus 2, which would be 5. You've had 5. Give me con save at advantage. $16. All right, yeah. You're doing all right. I mean, with being a half orc, you're used to the imbibing. You're feeling pretty sturdy as well. So, I mean, there's obviously quite a few empty cups on the tables but they look like they're doing all right.
Okay. Yeah, Zinn will smile and he'll oblige. He'll have a seat and have a drink with the group.
All right. Yeah, you what are you drinking?
Zinn he'll have do they have like a honey mead?
Yeah.
He'll have a honey mead then.
Durnan
One of the lighter ones.
Durnan kind of chuckles as he as you ask for honey mead. He's like, not very often I see an elf that wants honey mead. Usually it's wine. But yeah, coming right up.
Zinn will chuckle back and be like, "You can't celebrate a good hunt with wine. It has to be something a little bit more, with some more weight to it."
Yeah, as he fills up a cup. Out for a hunt, were ya? Did you get anything?
I did indeed. I actually got myself quite the elk. But the next matter for me is to find a place to sell that.
Oh, wow. Well, how about I take a look, see what you got? Like, is it here? Like, elks are usually rather large, and I'm not seeing you carrying one.
Yes. I do have it with me, although you are correct. In order to display it out, it would probably not be correct to do it in the table. We'd have to do it in a better spot.
He says, nonsense. One moment. And he walks into the back, and one of the barmaids comes over and clears all the extra cups and whatnot. And he walks back out with a very large roll of basically butcher paper. And he lays it across. He's like,
Let's see what you got.
Does the table look big enough?
Not to do it all at once, but you can bring out fucking chunks so you can check it out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I'll start pulling out chunks, and as I do, like, I will note there's a couple of legs that is not my best work, so that they may not be the prime cuts, but they're, for the most part, I feel like I did a fairly decent job.
All right. Bring them on out.
Yeah, so I'll start pulling them out slowly, of course, because, you know.
All right, so I'll say the first thing is you pull out of the legs. Takes a look and he's like, uh-huh. I can see, yeah, you did have an issue with a couple of these, huh? It's, should be fine, though. I mean, you know, you probably lost maybe a pound or two, and nothing major. Says, all right. Tell you what. I'll go, 30 gold a leg.
I think that seems fair, considering 2 of the legs weren't my best work.
All right. And as you say, yeah, he brings over a barmaid. 30 gold to this man here, and he begins to wrap up the legs in one huge chunk of butcher paper. He calls over 2 of the patrons, like, beer on the house if you guys help put this into the storage area. And they oblige. He hands them each a gold, and they take the probably like 160 pounds worth of meat into the back. All right, strips out another piece of butcher paper. What else should be Gavin?
Yeah, so from there I'll start pulling out like I'll pull out the tenderloin strips, because those will be premium cuts, and as well as like the shoulder roasts and the hind quarters, the nicer stuff.
Yeah, he looks and he's like, oh, nice shoulder roasts, tenderloin strips, couple rump roasts. Tell you what, for this, I'll give you 75 gold for the lot.
You have yourself a deal, sir.
Same thing, calls over the same 2 patrons. Oh, sorry, he gave him a gold. He says, well, I gave you a gold for the last one. I'll give you each a round on the house. They say deal, and they pick up the meat and take it back into the storage area. I think all you got left now is ribs and antlers, right?
Ribs, antlers, and the neck. So kind of like your off cuts and your fattier cuts.
Okay. So you pull out the ribs and the rest of it, and he says, well, you had the head attached to the antlers. I might have taken that too, but not really of use to me. However, these, and he kind of looks at the neck. 10 gold for the neck, and he looks at these long, like, thick strips of ribs, and he's like, give you another 35 for the ribs.
You have yourself a deal, sir.
I like interject really fast. I'm like, I also will carry things for beer.
He chuckles, says, very well. He wraps it up, and he says he asks Ren to take it into the storage area. The other 2 patrons that were kind of standing by watches you pick up like the whole, like, 100 pounds worth of meat that's here, and they're like, oh. But he says, all right, so now we deal with the delicacies. Got the blue oysters, liver, kidneys, heart.
Zynn, it's like, well, I kind of left those to Yukina.
Yeah, as Yukina hears these words,
you can see her licking her lips, like, oh, is there more? And Dernan's like, I see. Well, tell you what, those would have been your real money right there. Even if I can't use them, there's often medicinal things that they can be used for, and they would fetch you a fairly good amount. Future reference. And you can actually hear Yukina and Draconic go, oh, don't tell him that. But to Dernan, just sounds like she's kind of hissing at him.
Zynn kind of like shakes his head. He's like, damn. He's like, all right, that is a good note. I appreciate that information.
Well, and to top off our deal, your drinks are on the house for the rest of the night. He kind of, as he says that, he pauses and he's like, up to 4 more each.
Smart man. Smart man.
Yeah. I mean, he did just drop like over $200 on this elk, so.
It's like so was it 30 gold each leg or 30 gold total for the legs?
It was 30 gold each leg, so that was 120 all on its own. And then,
or 120, yeah. So
yeah, and then it was like what I said
75 and then 10 and then 35.
Yeah, so almost 250.
Plus, yeah.
Yeah, so, But he says, I'll make sure this is gonna feed well. I think people are gonna like this. I have a new recipe I wanted to try out, and I think this is gonna go well.
I look forward to trying it.
You know what? That's fair. You're here the day I make it. You each have a plate of for free as well. Top off the deal, Kind of a sorry for, letting the guards up there.
Zynn smiles, and that's very kind of you. I appreciate that.
Pleasure doing business. So
nods.
at this point, it is about 11:30. Well, actually, I guess by the time that deal's done, it's probably closer to midnight. So, what do you guys want to be doing now? You guys got more shit you want to do, or you guys just gonna drink until it's time to crash out?
Drinking.
That plan sounds good with me.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay. Well, in that case, you guys get your meal for free. You get 4 more rounds. Are you guys all drinking your 4 more rounds each?
Does a bear shit in the woods?
Zynn will just have a couple rounds. He won't take
Ray will have 1 of the 4, and then she'll like slide the rest over to Ren.
Yeah, you guys gonna take your rounds. I'll just finish them.
So Zynn, you said you're having 2 out of your 4 rounds. What are you doing with the other 2?
Yeah. If she's vocalized that she wouldn't mind taking them, I will give them to her if she wants them.
Okay. And Val, you said you're definitely having your 4, eh?
Definitely. Probably a couple more beyond that.
So the night continues on, and it's getting to the point where things should be winding down, but the matron he's taking a couple breaks, but I mean he's been absolutely sending it with his musical talents today, walking around the bar. And he gets back over to you guys, and he says, I hope you guys like this next one. And he does another jaunty tune. However, this time, although it is mostly in metaphors, it definitely sounds like the characters spoken about in the song are the 4 of you. It speaks about fear and bravery, overcoming the fear, the depths of a dark dungeon, and the denizens down there. And it talks about the multiple trips in and out. the near-death experience of the adventurers in the song. You can definitely tell that although it's mostly in metaphors and your names are not used, that it sounds like it's about you guys. And as the song finishes up, you guys have been drinking your drinks. Then, since you only had 3 total, you don't need to make a con save. Valeran, you had 4 to begin with, and you had 4 once again. That's a total of 8.
Actually, 2 more after that too. So.
Oh, you bought another 2 rounds on top of the 4.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so 10 rounds. Sir, I need a Constitution save at disadvantage.
Yeah, that's just a good start.
18. You are actually holding your own. You're having a good time.
That's impressive.
And considering how much you've had to drink, you were able to take note of the song and what it was about. Ray, you had 2 more and kind of let the rest slide. So, Ren, you had 5 to begin with. He offered you 4 more for free. And then it sounds like Ray gave you 2 and Zynn gave you 2.
No, I gave her
Yes.
3. I only kept 1.
Oh my. Okay, so
I had 14 drinks.
14 drinks, huh? Ray and Zynn, you guys are able to hear the song and pick it out. Ren, I would like a Constitution saving throw. At disadvantage. Ren, you are fucking sloppy. You are a sloppy drunk tonight. You know, you're on the verge of not being able to even form sentences or thoughts coherently.
Damn,
So-
man, letting loose.
So you don't really catch the song or what it's about. As Matron comes over and begins playing it, and the rest of you are, having a good night. And Ren's, I don't know, Ren, as you are getting sloppy drunk, how do you react to this song?
Oh, I'm ready to dance.
Oh, you getting
But
up and you dancing?
But dancing is more like stomping the foot real good, get the real good head bob going. Like, Ren doesn't dance. Just like,
Ren
You
breaks
guys can't
open a
see me.
fucking mosh pit in the middle of the bar. I'm just
Nice.
kidding. All right, yeah, you kind of stand up as he starts playing, and like you're having problems keeping your footing.
doing the like stomp clamp.
Yeah,
You know that one.
so you're trying to do
But like
that.
a little offbeat.
Yeah, you're a little offbeat. You're kind of like, stumbling to the side. So, you completely lose the beat for a moment. You're trying to get it back. And now you're just completely the opposite beat of him as he's playing. But yeah. As, after that song goes off, and you can see that some people are starting to leave. And Durnan, you see Durnan. Well, Ren, you don't. But the others, you guys notice Durnan kind of give Matrim a nod. And Matrim looks back at him. And the next song he plays gets a little, almost somber. Which, let me do. There we go. This one almost feels like a melancholical song. There's no words to it, but the playing almost it slows everything down and seemingly kind of bringing the night to an end by about 1:30 in the morning. And so,
Actually, while he's doing that, I'm gonna walk around behind Ren nonchalantly and cast mirror image, and then walk back around in front of her and try and talk to her just to mess with her.
holy fuck. Yeah. So as he starts playing the song, and it's it's kind of like a wind down song. Everybody kind of like starts to calm down and listens to the tune. You can even Zynn and Ray, since you guys haven't really had anything to drink, you guys can look around and you notice that there's a few people that got a tear in their eye as they're listening. There's no words. It's just the tune itself is kind of calming. I would like Ray and Valeran to give me an Arcana. Valeran, you don't notice anything strange. However, I want all 4 of you to make me a charisma saving throw, please. Ren, yours is going to be a disadvantage. Okay, let's see. Ray, you are aware, even though you haven't been rowdy, you kind of feel like your emotions have chilled out. Any kind of fear or anxiety you've had, of the day with the sobbing in the temple, realizing that Valeran is either going to die or live with lycanthropy, that seems to go away. Ren, you immediately calm down and you feel like you're almost ready to just pass out, and you just kind of sit down on the pillow, your elbow on the table in front of you, just like trying to keep your eyes open, listening to a Matron's song. Valeran, you don't realize the spell that's being cast. However, say with a 16, yeah, you know what? I'll give you a 16. That's a pass. You don't really feel anything different. Zynn, you also don't feel anything different. However, you realize that he is using this song to cast a spell. And as you look around, you are pretty well aware. I'm pretty sure you've seen it cast before, although you do not know it yourself. Sorry, Ray, you're aware of what it is. This is the Calm Emotion spell.
Got it.
And Zynn, same with you. You've seen it happen before, but you realize that something is going on with everybody else in the room as they're kind of calming and relaxing. You see a bunch of money left on tables, and people start filtering out the door. And as the song comes to an end, Matron gives a bow, looks over at Durnan, and you can see Durnan drop 5 gold coins on the bar. Well done, as always, Matron. And as he says that, suddenly you guys can hear Ren snoring with her face in her hand on the table, eyes shut.
Well, if we all work together, we can get her back to her room.
Durnan nods to you, Zynn. And Ray, Valeran, says, I'll help you. 2 of you grab her arms. 2 of us will grab her legs. We'll get her upstairs.
I'll grab one of her arms.
And
I'll
grab a
get
light.
under. Yeah, I'll get under her other arm too.
And with Durnan's help, you guys get her back up to her room. Get her into bed. I'm not gonna lie, it is a task, but you guys managed to do it. And he says, "You all have a good night now."
Thank you very much, Durnan, and you have a great night as well.
Thanks for the drinks.
Good night.
Indeed. And he leaves you guys to find the rest of your own rooms. So, what are you guys doing now? Y'all just crashing out or what?
Yeah, for me.
Yeah, I'll probably I'll sleep in Ren's room with her.
So it's about 2 o'clock in the morning to get your full rest. Then you'll probably wake up a couple hours before everybody else, but everybody else is probably about 10 a.m. Get your full rest in.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, Miss Ren, you may put the calendar for today. And you all get your long rest in. So, then you're the first one awake.
Yeah, I mean, this morning I'll take some time in my room, and just hang out. Maybe I meditate for a little bit, get prepared for the day.
Okay.
Not to tell your business, but you recorded the spells, right?
Yes, yeah, the five shields on my spell storing. Yeah,
Cool, cool. Just want to be sure.
no, that's good. I appreciate that.
Cheers.
All right. So, you just kind of relax in your room, hanging out with Yukina. You wake up early and you're kind of chilling, but she's like, I'm sleeping. she like kind of stays curled up for a little while. But the rest of you, a couple hours later, you all wake up. What do you guys want to do when you first wake up? I mean, 2 of you got to take an hour to prep your spells, but next to that, what y'all doing?
Prestidigitation to clean up, splash some cold water on the face.
All right. There's no sound coming from you, Ren.
Yeah, I was just gonna say your mic's on, Ren, but nothing's coming through.
While she fixes that, how about you, Snow? Prep your spells for the first hour, and then what you doing?
I'm getting a cold bucket or cup of water for Ren, and then I'm shaking her, not shaking her, but capping her awake.
Sure. You kind of prep your
Because
spells.
my tummy is crumbling.
Yeah, you prep all your spells for the day, for the first hour, so it'll be about 11 o'clock. But Ren, you had a lot to drink. You're still sleeping it off, but she comes back with a cup of water, and kind of Ren, it starts to cut through the haze, and you kind of open your one eye and see Ray there standing with a cup of water. However, I think Ren might still be having issues. because her mic isn't even lighting up at all anymore. Ooh. Oh, she's typing. Having issues.
She's gonna drink water and keep sleeping.
Computer is muting me, trying to figure out what's going on. Is it your computer or your Discord that's muting you?
Hello?
Holy shit! Yep, that worked.
It's my computer. It just randomly muted my mic, and then I had like a little thing on my screen that just said muted, but I couldn't like click it or figure out how to turn it back on.
Oh. Well. Did you hear what I said at least?
Yeah.
Alright, so you open your one eye and you can see Ren is standing there with a cup of water, kind of trying to wake you up.
Yeah, I'll take the water and drink it, and then just like turn away from her and go back to sleep.
Alright. Yeah, Ray. She kind of chugs down the water, doesn't say anything, and just rolls over.
And then I'll start vigorously shaking her and be like, "You gotta get up."
Is there bacon?
So much bacon.
I'll like climb out of bed so groggy, but I'm just like, okay, bacon.
Well, Zynn and Valeran, the two of you are able to hear, you kind of heard the footsteps going downstairs and then coming back. Didn't seem like, anything until you heard her, like, kind of, like, shaking Ren awake and, like, kind of, Ren! You guys can hear them, fussing around in the other room now.
Well, I think I'm gonna slide downstairs and get some food online so that when they come down, there's nice hot food and drink waiting. Always good for a hangover.
Yeah,
Nice
and
and greasy.
I'll join Val in doing that.
Yeah, sure. Two of you, can hear Ray waking up Ren, and Ren's, bacon. So you guys head downstairs, and sure enough, Durnan has already got a table ready for you guys. It's already loaded up. Like, figure after last night, y'all be needing this. And yeah, there's a platter. Looks like you probably got the bacon of 2 or 3 pigs on this sucker.
Nice.
Bunch of eggs and all the greasy stuff to really get your stomach ready to expel the last night's festivities.
And I'll have a beer. Hair of the dog is at work.
Very well. Yeah, he even got he's got 4 cups of water and 4 cups of ale on the table ready for you.
Turning is the bomb.
But yeah.
I'm just eating bacon.
Yeah, shortly after you, Zynn and Val get down here, Ray and Ren get down there, and she just sits down. And Ren just, grabs, a fistful of bacon and plops it on her plate and just, starts eating. However, Ren, everybody knows that, the famous thing is, greasy food is great for a hangover, but what most people don't realize is that the greasy food can also help you expel what's left from last night. I want a con save, please.
I literally wouldn't know.
I've never had that happen.
Oh,
That's-
dude, no,
yeah.
I haven't either.
dude, everybody I know, the amount of times I've been to a party and wake up the next morning, there's bacon cooking, and then half the people eat the bacon, and they end up fucking going to toss it.
I never get sick. I'm strong.
Strong. Yeah, you keep it down, and you do feel a little bit better. But you do, your head is still kind of pounding, and you went pretty hard last night. You don't even remember the last few songs that Matrim played. Kind of a blank for you. But as you guys continue eating, what is your plan for today?
We needed to see Lady Silverhand, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Hopefully she has some good news with the blood samples.
Hmm.
All right. Is there anything else you guys planned for today? Just so I have ideas of what I'm dealing with.
I mean, depending on what happens there, I think that'll decide what we do after that. But because I don't know about you guys, but I don't, if we're clear, if we're free and clear, assuming this works well in our favor, and we don't have any more leads for Ren stuff, right?
Yep.
Maybe we go back to doing a little bit of the dungeon stuff since it's been a minute since we've tried to push forward.
Yeah, I'm down for dungeoning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all assuming that things go well, because that doesn't always work in our favor. So,
If we end up having to stay in town for any reason, I'd just like to see if I can continue learning, like, my half proficiency in the heal making.
Okay.
I gotta be able to help the little healer out.
fair.
Where is Blackstaff Tower? Okay. So, were you guys going to the Blackstaff Tower, or were you going to Castle Waterdeep?
I'd say we go to her because I don't think they'll tell us what they found.
Probably, yeah, because it would be privileged information.
So you're going to her house, not Castle Waterdeep?
Well, it's during the day, so I would go to Castle Waterdeep because she's probably there, right?
Agreed.
Okay.
And I don't know that, number one, we know where our house is, or number two, that we know her well enough to show up without an invitation.
That's also a very valid point.
Okay. So, Ren, as you step outside, like the sun, it kind of hurts, makes your headache a little worse. And you're trying to like shield your eyes as you guys are head off to Castle Waterdeep. Doesn't take you long to get there, and they stop you for a few minutes at the gate, and they will allow you entry when one of them comes back. And it just so happens that Mortimer is the one who is going to escort you.
Morty?
Yep. Let's see.
So I'm going to mess with Morty and ask him, have you noticed any strange symptoms lately, like fatigue as it gets towards the end of the day? Which we all know is perfectly natural, but, you know.
I mean, at the end of the day, well, yeah. I mean, I'm tired. I don't know if it. Geez, I don't know if it'd be fatigue. I'm tired.
That's actually one of the first signs of lycanthropy. You should get checked.
Yo, his face goes fucking white.
But I didn't touch the blood. I just gave him the whole pack. So oh jeez, like no. Then he continues to lead you, but like he's stammering and like he's kind of freaking out, obviously, as you guys get to like the council chamber, and
Poor Morty.
he he leads you in, and Lady Silverhand, they're here to see you. Do I have lycanthropy? And she just kind of like looks at him like, what? Val, what are you doing right now? Yeah,
I'm shrugging innocently like, I don't fucking know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Where's her stat block? Second. Yeah. She sighs. Did you touch the blood? No. So why would you have lycanthropy? And he kind of just looks at you, Val. Oh, geez, that was really mean, mister. And he just fucking like... Am I free to go, ma'am? Yes, Mortimer. You may go. Thanks. And he just kind of fucking dead-eye stares you as he leaves, Valeran.
I'm gonna laugh. Just an evil laugh.
And Ren, you can drag yourself out here. You can still see that plenty of the guards are stationed here. And there are a few at the back door as well as the door you guys entered. She says, so, I assume you are here for the results, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Zynn, like, nods hopefully.
Well, must be honest, I expected you guys here yesterday. To find out if your names have been cleared, and I was starting to wonder by the evening if maybe you had skipped town, but you have not.
Should we?
No. You are correct. We were able to test the blood, and it did take several different tests to determine, but we do believe that those are the lycanthropes, and we will present the Kingdom of Many Arrows with this proof. So I do ask, however, Valeran, did Zynn tell you the rules for one of your kind? Actually, you were there, were you not, Valeran?
No, I was not.
Yeah, so she'll ask if Zynn told you about what she had said.
In broad strokes, basically, I don't get to eat anybody, and if I'm going to stay in town, I have to be contained for the period at which I might place others at risk.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that she had said you were not to be in the city until it was under control.
Oh, okay. Well, no. Then never mind.
She said that, but she said while he was in human form, she could feign ignorance as long as no one ever saw him as a lycanthrope.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that is correct. And she had kind of hinted at the fact that that the people at the temple would be able to help, but she is not supposed to know of that.
Yes, exactly.
You do notice that she is not going into descriptions. She's speaking more vaguely. And you all can give me an insight, should you wish.
All of us?
Yep.
Damn.
Whoa, you guys.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the best time for that to be happening, but
Right.
I'll take
I
it.
don't know. Seems kind of important.
It does.
Ray, you don't even you know what she's talking about, but you don't understand why she's talking vaguely about it. Same with you, Ren. The other two, you realize that it is because of the guards. She's not supposed to know about the temple and stuff, so whatever she's talking about, I mean, it's because she doesn't want other people to know she knows, whatever that might be. The guards, you can notice them kind of like looking at each other strangely, but other than that, they don't say or do anything about it.
Got it.
Says, so he has explained this to you then.
Yep.
And, I'm curious of your decision.
It was the 75% mortality rate that really swung me.
I see. That would dissuade most people. So I must say, I thought that you might actually attempt it. Take the risk. You seem like a risk taker.
Only when the odds are in my favor.
Safe gambler, I see.
Profitable gambler, hopefully.
Well, keep in mind what Zynn has told you, though. For if problems arise, then obviously things will need to escalate.
I would only hope that you, in the future, exercise the same discretion and pause before judgment that you did in this case. And for that, we're thankful.
She kind of gives an elegant, thank you nod. Or you're welcome kind of thing. Says, so, you do have options. I am currently in the action of sending our findings to the Kingdom of Many Arrows. Now, we are sending someone to discuss these findings. It is up to you all whether you wish to be in this group or if you have other things to do, and hopefully things turn out a better way. I would not mind having you all as envoys in this matter, but if you have other things to do, I do understand.
Can we discuss it?
By all means, please.
So what do y'all think, guys and gals?
Well, Zynn will first look to Ren. Is there any specific reason you need to go to Many Arrows? Or would like to go to Many Arrows? Because isn't that aren't you Ren of Many Arrows?
Did you say that out loud?
No. Like I'm whispering it to her.
Okay.
Because we sidebarred, right? Like,
Okay,
that's
yeah,
what we
no,
did?
I just had to
Yeah.
check. I just
No,
had to
of
check.
course. Yeah.
Um,
Perhaps I'll be discreet with how I'm talking about it. But yeah, I don't want people to hear or notice what we're talking about. Exactly.
yeah. My last known is. Yes, but my name is generally unknown for reasons.
Is this a place you wish to avoid? They do have diplomats, I assume. We're in good hands either way. So I don't want you to feel the need or pressure to go.
I feel like I have to player to DM confirm some things in my backstory.
Okay, so, you are aware that, the people who took over, basically formed a coup, with Many Arrows, and that's why you grew up in the forest away from the villages and towns, is because of what your last name truly is.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if you show up there like I'm Renavok Many Arrows, it's going to cause a fucking ruckus.
Yeah, people don't know I super exist outside of my town, right?
Even them, they don't. Most of them are unaware of your last name, your true last name. Like,
Because my dad escaped
Yeah,
during the coup.
yeah, and I think it was was it your dad? I thought. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It was your dad. So yes, he escaped. But like, you guys didn't even really deal with the village that was nearby very much, and it was still like a good day trek just to get to the village. Like, you guys basically grew up, like you grew up in the forest by yourselves, and it just happened to be like those bullies. I mean, they were not daily bullies. They were like, I heard there was a fucking half-breed out here, and they showed up, and then ever since then, it was just kind of like a...
Yeah, because my whole community was essentially my dad and his brother and their kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Or would we prefer to carry on with our initial quest and trust them to handle it?
I would prefer not to go.
Solves it for me.
Yep, that's all I needed to hear.
Same.
As she notices your huddle kind of break up, says, "So, a decision has been made, yes?"
Or we could split the party.
Don't you dare, mister. Good way to die.
Splitting the
Yes,
party
it
in,
is.
splitting the party in a dungeon is one thing. Splitting like the party in like literally thousands
Across
of
the
miles.
land.
Yeah,
Right?
that's a whole nother thing.
I did that once. We had to do a multi-year time jump to make it make sense for us to get back together.
God.
Oof. Yes, ma'am. In spite of your kind offer, we feel like we might not be the most diplomatic envoys, and we defer to your more seasoned diplomatic staff.
Very well. I understand. Though I am curious. May I ask why? I would think you would want to explain this. Basically be witnesses.
So my party mates brought up a very valid point, and they're doing it for me. They brought up a very valid point that I could change while we're traveling, and we might not have the resources to
You
make
say
sure
that, and
everything's
she
safe.
kind of like puts her finger to her lips. Tries to make it look like she's contemplating, but she's giving you a shush vote. And
Yeah,
you notice as the other fucking guards kind of look at each other.
Yeah, I change my clothes off, and it's sometimes not for the best. You don't have
fucking
the
deception.
disadvantage.
Holy shit. All right, where's the?
Well, no, I was trying to rehabilitate what I said in front of the guards.
Yeah,
She knows it. She knows that's 100%.
Yeah, it's the guards who are going to insight check that.
Oh, gotcha.
They look confused, but doesn't seem like anybody's going to really question it.
So anyway, they didn't want me to be away from civilization for too long, and yeah, that's why we had to pass. It's my fault.
Now I want you to give me another deception.
Again.
She eyes you up and down, but
I give her a wink and a smile.
you can definitely tell that she doesn't believe you, but says, very well. She's not going to question any further on it for now. Does, other than being basically the head of Waterdeep, are you aware of my origin? Where I came from, what I've done in the past?
No, dude, regale us. We'd love to hear the tale.
Says, it might be a tale for another time, but her hand moves up, just above her right breast, and you can see, she taps, she kind of like, pulls the cloth aside a little bit, and you can see there's another strap under there, and she kind of taps the strap before she puts the cloth back over. I would like I would like. I'm gonna say everybody do a perception, and if you succeed on the perception, you get to do a history.
Oh, sorry, that was a persuasion. But even with my perception, it's only 4 more, so 10.
Ray,
Apparently.
Ray, you get to do a history at advantage. Although it was only a quick flash, you do recognize the symbol she tapped. You guys had a run-in with another person who just happened to have same symbol. It looks to be a small golden harp pin. And as you rack your mind for a few moments, you realize that that pin is the Harper's symbol. And as it dawns on you that the Harpers are a spy network who spy for the good of the people. So this isn't like an evil spy network. This is a good spy network. It has been dismantled several times and restarted over the course of several hundred years.
And yet they all say it's for the good of the people.
There have been times where there was like, so this one is player knowledge, but at least one of the times that it was dismantled, it was because there was somebody evil, and they basically brought down the network. However, any of the stuff that has come to light about the Harpers, it has actually been good. They've helped to use their spy connections to feed information and actually saved the city. They've saved several cities. They've literally saved the world. But with this knowledge, she says, well then, if there's nothing else, I do have to attend to the business of the day.
Thank you for your time, man.
Good luck. And may the odds be ever in your favor. As she stands up and leaves. As she stands up and leaves out the back doors, you guys are able to leave. And as you exit the Castle Waterdeep, deciding on whether you will be heading down into the dungeon, you guys may have a conversation on that if you wish, but that is where we are going to end the session for today. So, give me a moment to outro the stream, and I'll be right back. All right, so let me see here. Let's just switch over to this. Thank you, everybody who came and joined. Embark for the new follow. Mama Snow and Squatch for doing a little chatting, and Unholy Beholder. And I don't know who gave those, gifted those 5 subs, but that is hugely appreciated. That gets me, a good start towards my, receiving a few bucks from Twitch, so I can use that to upgrade my, my system, upgrade the stream. I happen to have 5 emoji slots that I'm yet to fill, so I might be putting, the money I actually got during this game from Twitch towards getting some more emojis that my followers can use. So thank you everybody for coming in, and don't forget, I am back tomorrow, where we will be doing Adventures in Wildmount. We are starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I believe they're on like session 60 something at this point, and that's just since I started streaming it, there was probably an extra 40 or 50 sessions before I started streaming the game. So please join me for that. And on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, we have Baldur's Gate 3, where we are doing a 4-player game. We are in Act 3, so we're going around finishing that up. Once we're done that game, I'm not sure if we're starting, you know, a higher difficulty with new characters or if we're streaming something else. I don't know what we're doing after that. But 2 more days of streaming, everybody. So I hope to see you guys there. And remember, everybody, be savage or go home. Pieces. Give me. I might raid somebody actually real quick before I go. So you know, if you're still here, don't leave quite yet. Just let me do a check. See if I got anybody I can raid. See if I got anybody I can raid. See if I got anybody. Let's see. We got. All right. Let's do this guy. He's a good dude. The Gingerhead Man. Raid. Oops, let me take a look at his name real quick. I'll drop a raid on him. Yeah, there we go. So, we will see you hopefully tomorrow and the next 2 days. So, good luck, everybody. Have yourselves a good night.